Alrighty, welcome everyone back to another live stream here on the channel. Glad to see you in here, Pez, and everyone else who is here in the chat, or if you're not in the chat and you're just watching, glad to have you in here for another live stream. Obviously going to be covering landfall here of Category 5 Hurricane Melissa, as it's nearing landfall here across portions, well, mainly much of Jamaica, but really the western and central portion of Jamaica. So let's switch on over to our main scene. Okay, that's just, yeah, we look good. I'm double checking everything is good. We're not having any issues right now. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. We're not having any issues at the moment. I'm going to fix that water vapor at the top just a little bit. I'm going to bring it down some. That way we can pull it up just like that. Perfect. Just like that. All right. So we have Category 5 Hurricane Melissa here barreling down on Jamaica. 175 mile per hour sustained wind speeds for wherever that eye wall goes onshore. And millibar is down to 901. We do have recon getting in this, but I don't know if they're going to make it there before landfall, because the eye wall is already getting onshore here of Jamaica. We're probably, yeah, we're still, I know it looks like we're close, but we are probably still 2 hours from landfall, so I'd imagine that recon is going to be able to get there in time. Overnight, we really had a lot of questionable data that was close to a 900 millibar storm and close to 180 mile per hour sustained winds, but it never really was official. So the NHC never called that anything lower. I think this is the lowest millibar they have for an advisory from this system at 901. Let me see. Forecast advisory. Let's see here. I'm gonna have to go to, yeah, forecast advisory. I'm trying to go to the previous ones so I can figure out what the lowest millibar was overnight. October 27th. Man, that's a lot of advisories. Jeez. That is a bunch of advisories. Yeah, it's going to be a minute before I figure that out. Okay. Here we go. So that is, let's see here. I mean, I know it's the maximum sustained wind speeds we've had, 175. I know that for sure. I just don't know about that millibar. I can tell the wind speeds easily, but that millibar is harder to see on archive data. So UTC. We already saw that update. I was up for that. 903 millibar for that 09 UTC update. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's what we're at now. So we'll have an update here in about 30 minutes. So we'll be able to, we'll see if they drop that millibar anymore, which I don't think they will. I don't think they will. But man, this has been a insane storm for satellite imagery. Absolutely insane for satellite imagery. And I'm pretty sure it's broken that dryness record like literally 6 times now. I think that's all the way down to like negative 3.14 or so. Like it is really far down there now for that the driest I ever recorded, that record. But yeah, here's a loop of it on satellite imagery here from Tropical Tidbits. So we pull it back all the way to last night. You could see it did that 4-hour stall southwest of Jamaica right there. 4-hour stall, started moving northeast. Peak intensity was probably somewhere right in here. Somewhere right in there. The first hour after the stall was probably peak intensity. And now you can just see we've got that steady northeast movement, no wobbling whatsoever. So it's really, really a bad situation there for Jamaica. Really almost a perfect storm in the sense of intensification and in the sense of how it looks on satellite. So a very unfortunate situation for Jamaica. Really, really unfortunate. It does look like that eye wall is going to be coming on shore where homes are not well made, so it still looks like a landfall right about Black River is the most likely case scenario. Right around Black River seems to be where that eye is going to be moving on shore. But yeah, just really all the same information as yesterday. If we go back to the NHC, I know they have dire wording now from the National Hurricane Center. I mean, we are looking at one of the most intense landfalls that we've ever seen anywhere in the northern Atlantic, and I'm pretty sure the most intense landfall ever since Hurricane Dorian back out in the Bahamas a couple years back. So if we go to their discussion, we'll go to the key messages from the National Hurricane Center. Let's see, key messages. Let me take a sip of water here. I woke up 15 minutes ago, and I forgot to eat my food anyways, so I might have to eat that food off and on camera. But Jamaica remain in shelter. Catastrophic flash flooding, landslides, and destructive winds will continue through today, causing widespread infrastructure damage, power and communication outages, and complete isolation of communities. Total structure failure is possible near the path of Melissa's center. Along the southern coastline, life-threatening storm surge and damaging waves are expected throughout the day. Failure to act may result in serious injury or loss of life. So two of the biggest warnings right there. Total structure failure is possible, and failure to act may result in serious injury or loss of life. And I mean, gracious day, like literally, you really can't get much more perfect than this. I mean, that is a very symmetrical hurricane, almost perfectly a 85-mile-per-hour radius symmetrical hurricane right there. So, very, very unfortunate. Really unfortunate for Jamaica. Yeah, I don't know exactly what that record is now, but I know it is less than 4.11 for the driest eye. Pretty sure it's somewhere in the 3s now, which is insane. So, it's almost like literally 2 whole degrees drier. Actually, I think it's beating that record now. I'm pretty sure it just beat that record again. Satellite. Thankfully, half the people are asleep, so I can actually use water vapor now. Not everyone and their mothers looking at this storm on satellite. Yeah, it just beat that record right now. It just beat that record at this very minute. Negative 3.01 Celsius. It's almost at -2. It's beating that record at this very second. That is insanity. -276. It just beat it. It just beat it. -276. Oh my goodness. That is insane. That is more than -2 drier than the previous 5 records set by this thing. That is wild. Look at that. Top right. Right there. -2.76 Celsius. -2.76 Celsius right there. That is dry, dude. That is very, very dry. So what it means for a dry eye is that there's a lot of sinking motion, which allows for intensification. And if there's a lot of sinking motion in the middle of the eye, that means there's a lot of rising motion to favor thunderstorm development around the eye wall. So that means you have a very intense eye where there's no convection, and that's sinking, and that is allowing for rising motion for the eye wall, which is right here where I draw this white line. That's where or blue line, I guess. I didn't realize that was that blue now. That's where you're having that really intense rising motion, allowing for stronger convection. So really, it just means it's a very, very intense hurricane. A really, really intense hurricane. I'm going to go over to satellite here. We're going to look at lightning for just the eye. Now remember, lightning is going to be higher away from the eye because we've got a lot of thunderstorms that are firing up here. Very intense thunderstorms that are firing on the east side and just also offshore of eastern Jamaica. But it looks like we have about 141 lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes inside the eye. That is insane, dude. That is wild. 141 lightning strikes. The fact that we haven't seen any weakening at all is almost mind-boggling. So this is provided from Zoom Earth, which is really good. If you haven't used Zoom Earth, I do recommend it. There's a few cool products on there. This is the best we have for radar. I sincerely apologize. We can only get it like every 5 minutes, but Zoom Earth at least provides it better than no radar, right? So thank you, Zoom Earth. Appreciate that. And you could see very, very intense eye wall. Now that outer convection is still also extremely intense, but note how there is no clear outer eye wall developing, which means that this is a very stable, compact, intense, insane core. I mean, we are looking at buildings are going to be destroyed. Like literally, we are looking at essentially a ginormous tornado that is going to be moving overland. I mean, that's what we're looking at, like a 30-mile wide tornado moving onshore. And I mean, this is going to have sustained winds at 175 miles per hour. And even the higher elevations near like Cambridge, you guys could see sustained 200-mile-per-hour wind speeds because of that higher elevation. And then wind gusts could approach 220 miles per hour on the coastline, but also potentially like 230, 240 in the higher elevations in central Jamaica. So, I mean, we are looking at an insane amount of wind gusts. And, I mean, you could just see that eye wall is insanely intense. It is just speechless intense. Yes, it is breaking another record right now, Sam. It sure is. I don't know what my stream was with last night. I sincerely apologize for that, y'all. It wasn't my fault, though, but I still apologize for it. I don't know what happened. I have no idea what happened. Thankfully, my computer's not fried, so I'm not complaining much. I really hate how I wasn't able to go live last night, but I was exhausted after trying to get that going. I was exhausted. I passed out right after. I gave up at like 11:30. I was out just shortly after that. So, I don't know what I don't know what was happening. I don't know. I didn't change any settings today. Like, I literally got on here and went live, and it's fine. So I don't know what happened. But yeah, it never did an eye wall replacement cycle. This is one of the craziest storms I've ever seen in my life. It never did an eye wall replacement cycle. Now, we did have two eye wall mergers, which are very rare, where the outer eye wall is not intense enough to replace the inner eye wall. So the outer eye wall and inner eye wall merge together and form a stronger eye wall. And we had that 2 times. But we never had a full breakdown of the inner eye wall. This is the same inner eye wall that we saw like 4 days ago, well south of Jamaica, when this thing was low in category 3 intensity. Yep, I did see the videos of hurricane hunters going into this storm. The videos they recorded, which, I mean, it's insane. It's wild, dude. So if you are just now tuning in and you don't know what's going on here, we've got a category 5 hurricane with sustained winds of 175 miles per hour. An insanely intense category 5 hurricane. One that we haven't seen make landfall here in the northern Atlantic basin, probably ever since Dorian back in the Bahamas. And also, if you're just now tuning in, you just missed a record-shattering negative 0.67. That's insane, by the way. That is insane, by the way. Negative 2.67 for southwest of Jamaica. This is by far the driest eye ever recorded in any basin at any time of the year from any tropical cyclone around the globe, and it's broken it by more than -2 degrees. So it's not close. It is record shattering. It has destroyed our previous records, which were for, again, across the entire globe, across every basin. So it's not like a close record, and it has broken this record 5 to 6 times. It has broken its own record now. That's wild. I mean, that is just insane. The fact that it continues to break its own record, I have no words for it. I have no words for it. So it's the strongest it's ever been, like right now, all the way up until landfall. All the way up until landfall, this thing is still the strongest it's ever been. Which, I mean, just fingers crossed. Hopefully those who could evacuate in Jamaica did evacuate. Obviously, it's way too late now, so if you are watching from Jamaica and you've somehow still got power, you need to be sheltering in place now. Wherever you can shelter in, that's the sturdiest structure. Basement, underground, just whatever you can, that is the sturdiest structure around you. You need to be in there for the next 6+ hours here as you go through the most intense portion of this hurricane. Unfortunately, areas near Black River and Cambridge may be unsurvivable conditions to the point where even if you are seeking shelter, you may still be seriously injured or may not be able to survive, because we are looking at just a very intense hurricane. The mainland US hasn't seen a landfall like this. The mainland US, discluding the Bahamas, so we're talking about the lower US, few states along the Gulf coastline in southeastern US. I can't remember the last time we had a hurricane like this make landfall in the US. With sustained winds of 175-mile-per-hour winds. I mean, it is so rare. A category 6 a category 5 hurricane making landfall in the mainland US is so rare. So, like this here in Jamaica, 175-mile-per-hour winds. I mean, you've never had it recorded before. The max you guys have gone through was Gilbert. From what I've seen, it was category 4, 130-mile-per-hour sustained winds for Jamaica. And this is, 45 miles per hour stronger than that. That is a full, like, almost double rapid intensification rate right there. So, you've never experienced something like this. You never have. You never have. Nobody here in this chat has probably experienced something like this. 175 sustained wind speeds with gusts of about 200 plus miles per hour. I don't think anybody in this chat has experienced this type of hurricane before. Yeah, category 6. I've been talking about category 6 so much, I just freaking said it like it was a real category. I literally did. I was literally about to say you've never seen a category 6 before. Like this. Make landfall, because, like, literally that's... I've been talking about it so much, dude. It's wild. I'm tired. Thankfully, I didn't stay up late, though, so... Enough energy to power through this and see what happens across Jamaica. I'm pretty sure I can use those live cams. But I didn't ask, and that's kind of like, that's what's preventing me from doing so. But they're public cameras, so I almost want to risk it, but I know that's a very bad idea. Plus, I don't even know if those live cams are going to be surviving much longer here. Any live cameras that are in Western Jamaica probably aren't going to be alive in a couple more minutes. Conditions actually aren't even bad whatsoever across the far eastern side of the island. Like towards Kingston, conditions aren't that bad at all. But that's going to change over the next couple of hours. I do think if you are on the extreme eastern side, if you are like near Morant Bay, you're definitely going to be you're going to be very lucky. You're going to be very, very lucky. You'll be very lucky. Like if you're in Morant Bay or these far eastern areas, potentially even as far west as Kingston, you guys aren't going to be seeing too rough of impacts. The biggest concern is still storm surge out here and rainfall too. All right, here is first light. First light on Category 5 Hurricane Melissa. The sun is up across Jamaica. You can see that line goes across, and we are daytime now out here across Jamaica. And yeah, it reveals a very catastrophic situation. A very perfect, tight core right in here. Very, very tight, compact core. So just it is shelter in place now. If you are at least across Western Jamaica, Central Jamaica, if you are across this area right in here, it is shelter in place in this area of Jamaica. You should be sheltering in place the best you can if you are anywhere west of like Maypen. That's the area where we are likely to see sustained 175 mile per hour winds and gusts of 200 or so. And I mean, look at the mesovortices now, y'all. I mean, this thing's literally, it is strengthening all the way up until landfall. It is not weakened at all. So like pretty much every hurricane model says that this thing has been like sub 900 millibar. Like literally, the H Wharf says it is currently 893. The H Mond says it is currently 891. The HAFSA says it is 887. And the HAFSB says it is 902. That's the only model run that is not saying it's sub 900. So it is probably sub 900 millibar right now. Recon should be in this in about an hour, I believe. Not that. Oh man, never mind. They just took off from. Oh no, we got a closer one. Okay, thank goodness. Woof. I was gonna say if they just took off from Florida, that's like 2.5 hours, man. But no, they're yeah, they're over halfway. It's 700 miles. They are 500, almost 500 miles in. So about another hour, and they should be into the eye. Which I think this will still be around peak at that time. Honestly, the NHC should go like 898, 180. Honestly, 898, 180. I really think they should go the highest they've ever gone for this system. Apparently, we did have a little bit of an eye wall replacement cycle, but I think that was an eye wall merge. About 6 hours ago, which I was not up, that's for sure. 1 a.m. Apparently, there was a pretty well-defined outer eye wall. I don't know how that went, because I wasn't up. So I have no idea how that went. You skipped school? I think a lot of people skipped school just to watch Satellite, which I find a little bit insane. But I mean, hey, I mean, you're watching a historic event. You are watching a very historic event. So, like, I'm not saying you should skip school, but like, if there was ever time to skip school, but like I said, I don't really agree with skipping school, but I mean, like, come on. There's ever a time to skip it. Satellite went down for like 1 minute right there. See that? Let's go to lower level water vapor. I'm going to refresh this here. So the driest I ever recorded was 1125 Z. And we were live for that. That was right here. This frame. This frame is the driest I ever recorded, and it's not even close. Negative 2.67. Yes. Celsius. Negative 2.67 Celsius. Right now, it's a negative 3.35. That's wild, dude. Like, literally, the record yesterday, this thing broke a record, and it was negative 4.75 was the record yesterday morning. And now it is all the way down to negative 2.67. Wild. I mean, really, like, those mesovortices have gotten even more well-defined here. Even more well-defined. What happens if it's a positive degree? I don't know if that's even possible. I mean, I suppose it's possible theoretically, but I mean, that would take a very intense hurricane. And I mean, even then, we've had Hurricane Patricia out in the eastern Pacific didn't even have this dry of an eye, and that had sustained winds at 215 miles per hour, which was significantly stronger wind speed wise than this. My eye is dry, mine too, Greg. Mine too. My eye feel as dry as this hurricane's eye. Man. Yes, this is generally what the radar looks like right now. It's not it's not extremely accurate, but it is substantially better than having no radar imagery. You can see the more intense convecutive bands there. They are partially staying to the far southeastern portion of Jamaica and or offshore. I haven't been able to look at Jamaica's radar in like 2 days from their official site. Like it's literally been 2 days since I've looked at their radar. Because I just can't get on the site. Yeah, we're up to 152 lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes. I wonder if Recon's even going to risk going in there, dude. Like, look at this. Look at this, y'all. This is insane. That's all lightning. Those dots are all lightning. And look how much it has increased. So this was only 2 hours ago compared to now. I mean, we are literally at over 150 lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes. Making a tweet on it. There we go. I mean, like, literally, when you have lightning data on, you can't even see in the eye anymore. That's how many lightning strikes there are. Dude. How does that look like with infrared satellite? That's wild. That is just literally wild, dude. It literally does look like a Western Pacific typhoon at this point. It really does. Because that core is just perfect. I mean, that's literally just a perfect hurricane right there. Man. So the main eye wall is likely getting onshore here. The main outer eye wall is likely getting onshore. If we do have an outer eye wall, it's likely getting onshore now for southwestern Jamaica. Our inner eye wall is like literally right where that gray is, right where the red and the gray meet. So right in here is where our inner eye wall is. And then our outer eye wall is like up in here, which again is not very symmetrical and not very organized. The western part of this is like very, very weak. So the outer eye wall is not very strong. Yeah, the gravity waves are also really impressive. It literally creates like an entire shock wave. Just wild, dude. I wonder if the NHC is gonna hold off for hurricane hunters. I feel like they're not. You can see them. Actually, you can't. Look right there. Little sneaky hurricane hunters right there. Far bottom right corner of your screen. You're not too late. Nope. Only 30 minutes. You're not that late at all, dude. Glad you can make it to the stream. Thank you guys all for being here. I know there's so many people live right now, so I really appreciate you guys choosing me for your coverage. It means a lot. It's really appreciated. I'm glad to be, um, I guess, hanging out with you guys, but I mean, main reason for going live here is to make sure that everyone in Jamaica is aware of this hurricane. But thankfully, the media coverage and everyone who's live now, I mean, on YouTube, there's about probably 60 plus thousand people watching live coverage on YouTube. Um, that's nowhere near the 3 million population of Jamaica. So, but the thing is, I don't think much of Jamaica probably has power. I don't know if we have a way to check that. I'm sure there's a lot of power outages in Jamaica. Man, I don't want to sign up. I want to see if there's just an outage map for it. Let's see. I'm gonna go look at some cameras. Can't really tell. I can't really tell if... Well, the street light's working on that camera, so... At least the whole island is not out of power, because that street light would be out. Oh, there's the NHC. Yeah, they did. Okay, they didn't drop it. They kept it the same. 901 at 175. Gracious day. Honestly, that could be a bit on the conservative side. It really could be. What Z is it? Okay, this would be the 12Z update. Let's see. Also, hurricane warning in effect for a good chunk of the southeastern Bahamas. Look at that. Hold on, I gotta show you guys this map. Look at that. Hurricane warning, hurricane warning, hurricane warning. Tropical storm warnings there in the blue, and I believe that's part of the Turks and Caicos right there under a tropical storm warning, hurricane watch. And this is likely going to be a hurricane probably in Bermuda too, early Friday morning. Well, we're about to get recon in it, so I mean, if they find a much lower millibar, the NHC could do an immediate update and upgrade it. Which that's possible. I mean, man, those mesovortices have gotten so much more pronounced. You could see how like the outer eye wall is, or the main eye wall rather, is not a perfect circle, and it's because of those mesovortices, which is a sign of very intense winds. Very, very intense winds. Man. Ooh, excuse me. I mean, there's a chance recon doesn't even get to the eye of this because of the lightning. If you're just tuning in, once again, we have had over 150 lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes. In the eye of Category 5 Hurricane Melissa. Oh, that scroll at the bottom's wrong now, isn't it? I didn't update that. 175, 901 northeast at how fast? 7 miles per hour, so it did speed up a little. Northeast at 7 miles per hour. Northeast at 7 miles per hour. Expected to make landfall soon as a Category 5 hurricane. There we go. Updated that bottom bar now. Yep, probably, it's going to be borderline Category 4 when this thing hits Cuba. Jamaica is large enough to disrupt it from Category 5 status, but considering the thing's so intense right now, I mean, it's probably going to come out the other side of Jamaica. It will go back into the water probably at about 145. Paying attention to water vapor satellite too to see if we can break that record again. We have climbed up a little bit in degrees, but yeah, we're back up to a negative 3.65. Man. Let's go over to the NHC real quick. Go to their pinpoint forecast here. Oh, yeah. That's actually well Cat 4 right there. 140. Yeah. That's well Cat 4. They're forecasting 165 over central Jamaica. 165 over central Jamaica. And then 140 landfall in Cuba. And then that disrupts it a lot, and it goes down to probably a low in Cat 2. Mid to... I mean, this is an upper tier Cat 2, but I don't know about that. Cuba's definitely going to disrupt it big time. And then, yeah, Cat 1 for Bermuda there. Let's see. So, yeah, we definitely did have some type of eye wall merger overnight. And that's why this thing's continue to maintain or even possibly strengthen. I just saw that from somebody else who has the has a radar image. So it definitely did break down a little bit of the core there and then merge with the outer eye wall. Let's go back to hurricane hunters. That's the one in Central Florida. These are the guys that will be going into this storm. Probably, well, now this is peak intensity. Now this is peak intensity right now. There's a chance they find a millibar as low as 890. Honestly, there's a chance they find like an 890 millibar. There really is. Why did the NHC forecast weakening up to landfall anyway? an eyewall replacement cycle was expected to disrupt it. And many of our hurricane models yesterday morning were very much in agreement on that. And then in the afternoon, we kind of trended less towards that as this thing just kept intensifying further and further. Man, look at those mesovortices, y'all. Like, it doesn't get much more classic than that. It really doesn't. I mean, that's about as classic as it gets. And it almost has a full pink ring, too. Dude. Jaws dropped right now. Looking at this thing's mesovortices, dude. I'm gonna try to get a screenshot of this frame. There we go. Man. Just shockingly classic hurricane here. I mean, really. You've got everything. Intense mesovortices, 150 plus lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes. NHC has it at 175 sustained. You're probably very close to, if not, you are sub 900 millibar now. And it's very, very symmetrical and a decent sized eye. It's not too small to where it's unstable, and it's not too large to where it can't keep strengthening. Yeah, it's somewhere around the 7th, 8th most intense hurricane. Honestly, it's probably closer to like the 5th or 4th now. Like, being realistic, if we just had recon in this sooner, I bet that they would have decreased that millibar a lot more at the 8 a.m. update. I mean, the last time I tracked a hurricane like this, it was actually a typhoon out in the Western Pacific that was hitting the Philippines. But out in the Atlantic, I've never professionally tracked like I'm doing right now a hurricane of this strength making landfall. We're getting closer. We are still a good hour out here. No, not that. Yeah. It's moved about 8 miles in an hour. So if we go to the quit it, stupid radar omega. Oh man. Oh, we're gonna be here a while. We're still like 3 hours out. Well, buckle in. I might have to eat that snack sooner rather than later. I'm gonna wait a little bit till I start feeling hungry. So we're still looking at a later landfall. Probably still looking at 11 a.m. Eastern landfall. At least that's what it seems like. Hold on. Trying to do something here. Let's see. Give me just a minute here. Okay. Does it being symmetrical make it worse? Genuine question. 100%. Yes. That means this storm's pretty much perfect. There's equal amount of wind speeds on both sides of the system, and so it's just perfect. There's no dry air infiltrating it. There's no wind shear hurting either side of the system. It's just perfectly sustaining or even strengthening intensity from here on out. It's either going to sustain at 175 or potentially even keep strengthening up until landfall. There. Now I got a countdown timer. I got a countdown timer. Let's see. Is this gonna work? Hold on, let me make sure I have nothing that's copyrighted pulled up. Nope, this is all my stuff. This is all my content, so I ain't copyrighting myself. Nah, that thing's not working. Let's see. Does this work? Okay, yeah, that works. Okay, so I do know that it's that. Get rid of that. Hi, I'm back. Try to figure out a way to get a timer up for you guys, but generally just know we're looking at probably about 11 a.m. Eastern landfall. Oh, we got a little bit of a wobble happening here. Bit of a wobble occurring. I don't know why my allergies are deciding to pick up today. But yeah, if you guys haven't already, make sure you hit that like button and share the stream out to more people. It's really, really appreciated. Help spread the word about this landfalling Category 5 hurricane. Let's see. Yeah, the NHC also does mention sustained wind speeds. Let's see here. Yeah, we could see sustained winds of like 220 miles per hour in the higher elevations. The best chance for that would be like these peaks right in here. But that's where nobody lives. Just broke its own record again? Which one this time? Or check if it's broken its record again. No, it hasn't broken it yet. But it is starting to dry back. It's starting to dry back out again. So, we'll see. Just a couple minutes ago, it was at -4. And now it's back down to -3.5. But yeah, the new record is -2.67. That's the new record. So if this is like a 898 millibar storm, that would put it at 1, 2, 3, 4, the fifth strongest, or no, the sixth strongest storm. It would be the sixth strongest storm if it is a 898 millibar ever to be recorded in the Atlantic, according to just minimum pressure. But where it is now, it is apparently ninth. Apparently it's ninth right now. But that is every recorded hurricane. That is every recorded hurricane in the Atlantic, which includes the Gulf, the Caribbean, the Northern Atlantic, all the entire Atlantic basin. This whole area. It includes this entire basin. This is the ninth strongest storm ever recorded in this entire basin. Via millibar, at least. Recon's literally missing peak. I'm stressed out. They've literally missed peak. They might get in there as it begins to weaken, since it's going to start having land interaction, but they likely did miss the main peak. Hold on, I'm trying to do this real quick. There we go. Yeah, it is going to start drying out more. We'll see how dry it gets. Oh, it is going back up again. So this time, negative 3.44. That's still literally like even. That would still be historic. Like, say that was ignoring the record that we broke over the last 2 hours. If this was 2 to 3 hours ago and this was the as dry as the eye has been, that would be a record. So it's still very, very dry. Let's see. So by wind speeds, it's probably Dorian. It might be. Let me see what Dorian was. See. Yeah, that's too high of a millibar, but a 185 mile per hour sustained winds. But I don't know about the millibar. That might go for Labor Day. Let's see. Yeah, 892 millibar in Southwest Florida. That's got to be close to, if not number one, for the Atlantic Basin. All right, let's go to visible satellite. Almost able to see it clearly on visible satellite from radar Omega. Beast of a hurricane, man. Crazy hurricane. It does look like we're getting a little slight west wobble here. Little slight west wobble. But that main eye wall is getting very close to onshore here. It's still definitely not onshore. It's still, what, about... It's still about 20 miles from that main eye wall being onshore. Man. Let me see what these hurricane models have for landfall in Cuba real quick. Yeah, most are low tier Cat 4 for a Cuba landfall. And that's probably going to be very, very, very late tonight, I'd have to imagine, right? Since it's going to speed up. Or tomorrow morning. Yeah. Very, very late tonight into tomorrow morning. So probably about like a 3 a.m. landfall for Cuba tomorrow morning. Let me go back to tropical tidbits here. I'm going to loop this longer. See if there's an obvious wobble happening right now. Not an obvious wobble, but it does look like a slight wobble. And that eye definitely has grown in size compared to, especially compared to very late last night. Definitely had some structural change. Wasn't a full eye wall replacement cycle, but maybe a bit of a merger there. Let's see. Look at weatherwise cams in Jamaica. The fact that the cameras literally are on the left side and the right side. We don't have any cameras right near landfall. That's how it is often. I mean, even if we did, they would get just destroyed. Yeah, where are the hourly updates? I guess that might just be a US thing. I feel like it'd be wise to do that for every Cat 4 plus hurricane, especially category 5s. Who knows, we could get one in 40 minutes. You never know, right? They could just randomly start up on us. Let's see. Trying to see if there's anything new. Yeah, we already know an increase in speed with time. This thing's gonna just keep speeding up really from here on out. So, yeah, recon, hopefully... Okay, they are going for a southeast eye wall pass, because honestly, you just want to get in the storm. We're probably not going to get the maximum winds. The maximum winds will probably be on the northeast side, but we at least need to get a millibar here. Which we are probably about 30 minutes. About 30 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes from getting a millibar reading from recon inside the eye. Depends on when this last updated, which was... Yeah. Yeah, so should be 12... Let's see. Probably 12, either 1237 or 1247 Z. So either when that is 37 or when that is 47, one or the other. 37 or 47 for that current 21 number. No point in watching it because, at least not right now, because that makes it go slower. I'm convinced. I'm convinced watching something as you're waiting for it makes it go slower. Hold on, I'm trying to load up a loop really quick. Alright, here's a high resolution loop over the last couple hours, all the way since like 2 a.m. this morning. Let that load in again. So you could see that northeast trajectory definitely started right after it stopped stalling, about 11 p.m. yesterday. That's when that northeast trajectory started. Looks like it's barely going to be able to hit the west side of the island. It's still looking like right in here is where landfall is going to be. But it still looks like the entire main eye is going to be able to make landfall. So some of the worst impacts are partially offshore at the moment on the west side. But, you know, the entire east side is over the island, so... And that main eye wall, I mean, the whole eye wall is still going to be able to go over Jamaica. The entire eye wall. We still have those mesovortices. It's still very, very intense. But they got to get in there ASAP. I think peak was probably right when we hit that record dry eye. Almost about an hour ago. I feel like that was when we hit the full peak of this storm. When it broke that record earlier, like about an hour ago, and then like 30 minutes after that, it was probably peaking. And now it's probably been gaining slowly on a millibar ever since. I just searched up hurricane and I got upwards of 56 pages of Melissa. Wow. Yep. I mean, this is the most talked about hurricane right now, that's for sure. Yeah, we knew that wind field was going to grow in size. That was a given. Yeah. You can see those hurricane force wind speeds, though, they are very much limited to just the eye wall as a whole. So if you're not hit by that eye wall, you know, you're probably going to get 50 to 70 sustained mile-an-hour winds. It's where that eye wall comes on shore. That's where we're going to be getting, which should be right in here. Right in there. That's going to be the swath of 175 sustained mile-an-hour winds. And for the lower elevations, gust of 200. For the higher elevations, gust upwards of like 260. 250, 260. So that goes from near Alligator Pond, right here, near Alligator Pond, all the way back to west of Black River. And it does depend exactly, it depends greatly on exactly where this makes landfall. If it does keep going a little bit more west, that's going to be more west. So according to my timer, which I started a while ago, we are still about 2 hours and 30 minutes away from landfall. I'm just going to let that run so that way I can kind of keep on keeping track of it. You know what? Here. Let's see. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Well, now you guys see Streamlabs. We're going to use a Google timer. That's what we're going to do. Doing this live. There you go. Good old little timer. We'll throw that in the corner. Should I throw that above my face cam? Like way up here? That might be a good idea to put it up here. A little bit more to the left. There we go. Good morning, Legacy. All right, there we go. All right, now I need to get a text real quick. Alrighty, there we go. And I'm going to get an outline on it. Always have an outline because that makes it very easy to read. Alrighty, now we can shrink that. So that's your landfall timer. Estimated landfall timer right there at the top left. There you go. Just like that, we got a timer. Is this the earliest you've ever streamed? It's got to be pretty close, but I think we were live at 6 a.m. for another hurricane last year that hit Florida. Hold on, let me lock that in place. That way I don't accidentally move it like I literally just did. Alrighty. I'm still not fully awake yet, so I thought the timer was for how long you're going to stream. No. Nope. That's ETA for landfall of the hurricane. Yeah, Otis was Cat 5. We tracked Otis. I don't think that stream's available anymore. But we did cover Otis live. Otis was wild. That intensification phase was just crazy. And I mean, at one point it was forecasted to make landfall as a high-end tropical storm, and then it blew up to a 165 Cat 5. The thing that was really bad was the fact that NHC, they really weren't sold on it making landfall near that populated city where it did. Like, they kept saying it was going to go further west, but it never went further west and hit a more rural area. It went right over a city. So, like, pretty much for the last 12 hours or 24 hours, the thing was always halfway outside of the cone. Recon is getting in. Actually, so yeah, it should be very, very soon here. I think 6 minutes is what I was saying. I was either saying 1237Z or 1247Z. So I think we should get it in 6 minutes. They're close enough to where we will at least get the eye wall, but we may even get some of the millibar from the eye. So we're going to keep recon up because they are close. And by the way, that is obviously an estimated landfall time. This thing is speeding up with time, so that probably is about 30 minutes too long. But that's just an estimate landfall time. Because remember, this has to make landfall. This right here has to be over land. Not the eye wall, not the far inner eye wall, not the eye itself, but rather the low pressure in the dead center has to be over land. So that's why I put the timer so far in time like I did. I put it for about 11 a.m. Eastern. Yep, recon is almost in. Just a couple more minutes. I'm glad they're going straight for the eye instead of going for like a southwest to northeast approach or something like that. Or a southwest to northeast approach. You know, they're going straight in. Let's see. Alright, we should be able to see visible satellite easily now. It's still no, because it's got to be like full day. It's got to be noon for us to see complete visible satellite on Radar Omega. Like, you can already see it easily on every other program, but not Radar Omega. It's going to be like the longest 4 minutes ever right now. Waiting to see if they're in the eye or if we got to wait another whole 10 minutes before we get the lowest millibar reading. Let's see here. Yeah, so we're going to wait and see what Recon has here. We will get a Recon reading, at least of the southeast eye wall, in about 4 minutes. No 42 is over Cuba right now. Yeah, they're still like an hour and a half out. Looks like it's going more east. To me, it looks like it's moving a bit more north here. On the last few frames, it looks like the top of that eye is gaining a little bit more north direction right there. Hurricane's trying to run away from Recon. I think they are a little bit late. I mean, really, like I said, I think this peaked probably close to about 7:20 a.m. Eastern, which was like 5 minutes after we went live. Recon, the next recon after this is in like an hour and a half. They'll be in the storm. So both of these recons are not too far. Once again, we'll have 2 recons inside the storm at the same time, just like we did late yesterday. Recon left the storm at like midnight. So from like midnight all the way till now, we haven't had any recon inside this, which is crazy. All the way from midnight to almost 9 a.m. Almost like 9 hours without any recon. Alright, probably about 2 more minutes here. About 2 more minutes before we get our recon update. Yeah, I mean, at least from what I saw from satellite, I personally think it did peak over an hour ago. Let me go check how many lightning strikes we've had, so that way it's not painfully slow. Waiting for recon. Oh. Did y'all really get weather nerds to go offline too? The longer we go into the day, the more people are going to be signing onto these websites for satellite. Oh, no, weather nerds popped back on. There we go. Like, y'all really get the other site to crash too? So, in the last 10 minutes, we have had 151 lightning strikes in the eye. What in the world? I mean, at one point, we had over 200 lightning strikes in 10 minutes with this thing. That was very early today. Alright, any second for recon to update. Everyone start spam refreshing your sites, wherever you get it from. Any second. Don't spam refresh it too fast or you might crash. That's my luck. Still nothing just yet. Told you this was going to be a long one. Waiting for it to update. Longest 4 minutes in history. Yep, 980, 893. 893 millibar. 893 millibar. $893 millibar. Told you this thing was sub 900. And I think it was even lower before, honestly. It was probably even lower than that. There we go. Sub 900 millibars. So that's going to round up to 89.3. That makes it stronger than some very well-known hurricanes. So that makes it stronger than... Let's see here. I got to go find the list. Hold on. It's going to take me a minute to find the list here. That would make it fourth for the strongest hurricane millibar-wise. Stronger than Rita, Milton, Camille, Melissa, Katrina. Stronger than those. I know those are very well-known hurricanes. So if they do put it at 89.4 millibars, it would be 4th ever recorded. 4th strongest. Stronger than Milton. Stronger than Milton last year. And I think that millibar was even lower before, honestly. I really do. I think it was lower even before. You know what? That might not be the lowest millibar. Hear me out. Hear me out. That might not be the lowest millibar we get right here. 1237. Hear me out. That might not actually be the lowest millibar. There may be a lower millibar in here right now. Because this is satellite update. They were right here. That's not the dead center, most likely. I think they could find a lower millibar right now. In 5 minutes. About 5 minutes. There's a chance they find an even lower millibar. This pass. Give me just a moment to post this. Twitter update again. There we go. Ooh, not 984, 994. Totally. 894, there we go. 894 millibar would be the 4th strongest hurricane ever recorded by a millibar in the northern Atlantic. There we go. Hopefully we get an update from the NHC at the top of the hour. Hopefully. Yo, Z, are you actually... You kidding, right? Did it just break another record? Oh my word, you're not kidding. It just broke its own dryness record for like the freaking 10th time. I see negative 2.25. But obviously you got the update a little bit quicker, so I'm going to refresh again. Negative 2.25 Celsius for the eye. It just broke its own dryness record for like the 10th time. I'm waiting to see if that goes a couple degrees lower. It didn't go a couple degrees lower on my end, but that just broke it. Negative 2.25 Celsius. And Recon is in there right now. They might be exiting the eye at this point, though. So maybe this thing is peaking right as Recon's in it. Wow. Gracious day. A sub 900 millibar storm approaching Jamaica now. That's official too, because there is no way 894, that is well sub 900. That is well sub 900. The wind speeds definitely did not correlate, but that's because they went through the southeast eye wall. I wonder if they're going to turn to go through the northeastern eye wall. Hopefully they turn to go through the northeastern eye wall, or they do a loop inside the eye. That would be awesome. Do a loop inside the eye to figure out the lowest millibar, or go through the northeast eye wall, so that way you could get the highest wind speeds. Yep, new dryness record, Caden, correct. For like the 10th time. Negative 2.25 Celsius is what I got. And Caden said that too. Now we wait for an urgent update from the National Hurricane Center. Hopefully at the top of the hour. Please don't make us wait till 11 a.m. to where it's weakening by then. 11 a.m. will be probably at landfall. That timer is also a countdown to the next NHC advisory. 2 hours and 12 minutes from the next official NHC advisory. At least their public schedule, but they could do hourly updates now. So you're looking at the fourth. This is the fourth strongest hurricane ever recorded via millibar on record here in the Atlantic Ocean. It just beat Milton. So Milton's official millibar was 895. This is 894, possibly even lower. We're going to get another update right now, and there's a chance it goes even lower. There's a slim chance we get in even lower millibar right here. Start refreshing. Oh, they also did find 165 knot flight level wind, so that's supportive of minimum 175 miles per hour. That's supportive of 175 miles per hour there. 165 knot flight level. So this thing is still 100% 175 sustained, if not greater. Likely greater. I'd say definitely greater, actually, considering that millibar's dropped almost 20 ever since they upgraded it yesterday morning. Or yesterday afternoon. Oh, they did do a circle in the eye. What did they find? 893.4. They did circle around the eye. 893.4 was the lowest millibar. W Hurricane Hunters. Huge W from the Hurricane Hunters. Look at that. Awesome. And you can see there is your historic millibar right there. 893.4. Making it the fourth strongest hurricane on record via millibar. So they found 0.2 lower. 0.2 lower than our last one, which was 893.6. This is now 893.4. That's the lowest millibar recorded in the last few years. When was the last time when was the third place recorded? Third place was the Labor Day. Labor Day 1935, which was 1 or 2 millibars lower than this one is right now. So number 1 is Wilma, 882 millibar, 2005. So this is the strongest hurricane in over 20 years, right? Because Wilma was in early October or mid-October. I think that was mid-October. October 19th, yeah. So in over 20 years, this is the strongest hurricane in over 20 years in the Atlantic Ocean. Yeah, hopefully they do. Hopefully they do turn right and exit through the top right exit region of the hurricane. Either way, if it's 984 or 983, either one is fourth place. Both of them is fourth place. Just hopefully they don't do 985 and then it's like a freaking four-way tie between the strongest hurricane for fourth place. Let me go see what hurricanes are tied. If they do 985, it would be tied with Rita, Milton, and Melissa would all be a three-way tie for fourth place if they do 985. Or 895, my bad. 895. Still waking up. 895. Now I gotta drill it in my head that this is a 8. It starts with an 8 now. I've only ever tracked like 2 hurricanes with an 8 at the front of the millibar. Milton and Melissa. Both M's. Let me make sure. Okay, yeah, so that water vapor is starting to go back up. Less dry. What a hurricane, man. What a crazy hurricane. I told y'all it was sub 900 millibar. I knew it. Those mesovortices was a dead giveaway when there's that. Like, look at that. It literally looks like the hurricane's falling apart because of all the mesovortices in the outer eye wall. Like, look at them all. So many. I wonder if they did a drop song. Recon. It doesn't say they did a drop song yet. Well, next update is in 5 minutes here. I'm really just hoping the NHC does an update at the top of the hour any minute. I'm really, really hoping they do an update at the top of the hour, and we don't have to wait another 2 hours for the millibar. It's already been recorded. It's already been recorded, right? We all know that this is now the 4th strongest hurricane. It's already been recorded at a 980, or see, I'm saying 9 again. 894 or 893 millibar, one or the other. So even if the NHC doesn't make it official, we all saw it. 893.4 was the lowest millibar. I can keep clicking on these and try to find that exact one. Where were you? Where was you? Was you over here? Yep, nope. One more. There was one more lower than that. 893.5. There was 1.1 less than that. Oh, nope. Well, that's almost it. It was 893.4. And that's 893.5. But either way, we all know that it was about 894 millibar. Even if the NHC for some reason doesn't make it official. Very wild. Very, very wild. Pressure dropping equals storm strengthening. But the thing is, we don't know what the pressure was an hour ago. That's the problem. We don't know how much the pressure's dropping. We know from way back at like 2 a.m. when they put this down to 901 millibar, but we don't know for the last few hours what that millibar has been for the last couple of hours. Because it could be increasing now. It could have been 890 an hour ago, and now it's 894, right? So it could be increasing by now. Or maybe it is still deepening. We'll have to see for another recon pass, which won't be for at least another minimum 40 minutes, 50 minutes. This guy might get there in time before we get another recon pass from our recon in here. So we'll have to see what recon finds in an hour or so to figure out if it's still strengthening or if it is weakening. Let's see here. I mean, that was crazy. Look at this. I mean, this is all sub 900, so there's no way this is 901 anymore. Like, literally, this is all inside the eye, and every single one of these is sub 900. All of them. What that tells me is this has been sub 900 for a while. This isn't new. It's been sub 900 for a hot minute. Probably the last 3+ hours. That's what that tells me. Considering it was also almost this dry of an eye an hour and a half ago, it tells me that it's been sub 900 for a while. Yeah, we are approaching. I mean, we're only about 2 hours from landfall. About 11 a.m. should be landfall. So, I mean, if we just get 1 hourly update, that would be awesome. Even if we just get an hourly update at 9 a.m. or 2 hourly updates. 9 a.m., 11 a.m., 2 hourly updates, and then the full package advisory at 11 a.m. It's wild, dude. Crazy, crazy hurricane. So we're going to wait oh, we should have another update now from Recon. Any second, we should get another update from Recon, and they should be exiting through some eye wall at the moment. I don't know which eye wall, but hopefully the northeast eye wall so we could get the maximum wind speeds. Now I'm refreshing again. Come on. Got to figure out where Recon is. We don't even know if they've left the eye yet. Imagine they're still just chilling in the eye. Still waiting and trying to find the lowest millibar. Wait, maybe this is the new update. Wait, I think that is the new update, and they're actually literally just circling the eye. I think they're still in the eye. Yeah, they're literally just, yep, this is the update. They're just doing big circles in the eye right now. There you go. No lower millibar. 893.6. So no lower millibar. Lowest millibar so far, 893.4. That was on the other pass just about 10 minutes ago. I'm going to close out some of this stuff so my computer doesn't explode. There we go. Oh, give me just a moment. I'm going to load up satellite really quick from NOAA's website. Full disc, mesoscale, Jamaica, infrared. Pause. Oops. Got to get a screenshot of it. This is a huge moment in history right here. Typing it out. I'm not going to do a post on it until hopefully, fingers crossed, we get an NHC update. NHC, please, please do an hourly update. Oh, they did. 180. What millibar? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. 896. Really? Really? Well, 896, that puts it at sixths. Not stronger than Milton. Don't know why they didn't go lower. I mean, obviously, it's not, you know, it not being lower is really good news for Jamaica, but for record purposes, I mean, they recorded a lower millibar than what the NHC advisory is, so. All right, let me go ahead and switch that. $180. 896. I'm not upset that it's not stronger, obviously. I'm a little upset the fact that they didn't use the lowest millibar. They recorded a lower millibar than what the update is. That's what I'm a little upset about. By no means am I upset the fact that it's weaker than what they recorded, at least on the NHC update. But that still puts it at the 6th strongest storm in recorded history. I mean, the thing is, it wasn't like 1 millibar, right? There is like a bunch of millibars they got at 894. Like, oh, I mean a bunch. Literally, I'll count them out. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's like 8 millibars they got to support 894. 8 different millibars in the last 20 minutes. Which is why I don't really understand why they went 2 millibars higher. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. I'll just double check that. Yep. It's 1 millibar higher than Milton and Rita. 1 millibar higher. So it is sixths. Have you ever seen anything like it? Last year, Milton. Milton was 1 millibar lower, according to the official update. Estimated minimum central pressure based on aircraft data has fallen to 896. And maximum sustained winds up to 180 now. Another update will be provided in an hour. So there's still a chance we could get lower. What are we going to need? We're going to need like a freaking 870 millibar for them to go lower. Because they're probably not going to want to pull the trigger on the fourth one. Because if you look at the records, you can tell how they're a little bit more lenient. Because 882 Wilma, 888 Gilbert, 892 Labor Day, and then it jumps to 895, and then 895, and then 896. That's your top 6. So it's like right around 895, 896 seems to be where there's a little, I wouldn't say it's like more common, but kind of like where maybe, I have no idea. I'm not going to try to finish that sentence. I have no idea. Just almost a 3-way tie right there. That's the point. Almost a 3-way tie. If we can get a drop son in here that has a lower millibar than what the NHC went for, that would probably make him go lower. I'm just a little bit confused because like I said, it wasn't just one recorded 894 millibar. It was literally like 7 or 8. If it was just one, okay, I see why you went 2 millibars higher, but it's like 8 different millibars support a 894. 2 millibars lower. Man. Yeah, so if it does go 2 millibars lower, that will put it at 4th. But because they went 2 millibars higher, it's at 6ths. Oh, we got another recon update. Let's see where they went. They circled around a little bit longer, and it looks like now they're starting to leave. They're aimed for the northeast eye wall. They're aimed for the northeast eye wall right here. So hopefully that is the case, and they go through the northeast eye wall. Refresh my radar here. I really want to get access to the Jamaica radar here from their site, but it just doesn't let me. It's broken. They got 892.3. What the heck? What? Oh my word, they did. That literally supports 4th place? I don't understand now. That's 4 millibars lower than what the NHC update is right now. Let's see, that's not far enough over. There we go. And then this one too. Just a moment, y'all. Oh, I forgot to even put anything. Yeah, I mean, to me, that's gotta support. That's gotta support lower. But all right. I guess we'll see if they got a drop song. That's the only other thing that I could think to result in a higher millibar. But they did right on their way out. Which one was that? Oh, gracious day. I'm never going to find this thing. I'm never going to find that. It's somewhere in here. It's like looking through a pot of spaghetti or something. Oh, man. All right, there you go. 892.3 millibar. There it is. I don't know if they would put it at 892, but that definitely supports 894 for sure. $8.92 is tied with Labor Day, by the way. Almost, that's 90 years ago. Labor Day was 90 years ago, was a Labor Day hurricane. And that millibar you see on your screen right now is tied with that hurricane from 90 years ago. Well, now if they go through the northeast side of this eye, we'll be able to see the highest wind speeds there. Man, really got to appreciate Recon on that. 30 minutes in the eye. 30 minutes inside the eye. Really got to appreciate them doing that, dude. Just to try to find the lowest millibar possible. They could still be in the eye. We'll see if they end up leaving here. Yeah, we definitely shifted more northeast at the moment. Look. Now we're on track for a landfall up here. We were on track for a landfall here. Now we're on track for a landfall like over here with that newest wobble. Somewhere in this area. That's where landfall looks to be. By the way, this is the part of Jamaica that has the weakest buildings. The strongest part is Kingston. There's a lot of stronger buildings around the Kingston area. The weakest part for buildings is the western side. So all the buildings in this area, most are very poorly built. Let's see. Really wish I could get a radar update. Like I said, we have it on Zoom Earth, but I would love to get it from the official radar site itself. But it just doesn't want to load for me. I should get a recon update in 2 minutes. I don't know where they will be at that time, though. Oh, other recon is probably lowering in altitude a little bit. They're doing something with a little loop-de-loop over here. Yeah, crazy year. EF5, 3 Cat 5s, and a 9 or 890, 892, 893, somewhere right around there in Millibar Cat 5 too. That's incorrect because we got a millibar of 894 and they went with 896. So 892 is probably either 894 or 895. I'd say 892 though. 892 would be 894. So they had a 2 higher millibar there. You know, they had a 2 higher millibar. So they got the update, the NHC update. Before the update, Recon found 984. After the update, they ended up putting the NHC update at 896. Now Recon found a millibar 2 millibars lower than the previous one. So now Recon, instead of 894, Recon found 892. So that should warrant the NHC to go 894 on their next update. Assuming substantial weakening doesn't begin imminently. But it is that eye wall is almost on land. We got probably another hour, I'd say, maybe an hour before that eye wall goes on land. Morning, Pete. But yeah, landfall, that timer top left, that's the estimated landfall there. Still an hour, about an hour and a half, hour, 40 minutes, somewhere right around there out from landfall. Remember, landfall is when the central low pressure, the lowest millibar right at the low pressure, and the dead center of the eye hits land. All right, they did go through the northwest quadrant. I was hoping they were going to go through the northeast side, but they decided not to. Yeah, they didn't find any higher wind speeds. 165 knot wind speeds, flight level, and the lowest millibar of 892.3. So now we wait another 45 minutes or so before the next recon gets in. And at that time, we'll be right on the doorstep of the next NHC update. So that's good. We'll be right on the doorstep of the next NHC update by the time our next recon gets in, which is right here. Of course, these guys will still be in the area, but it's going to take them a while to get outside of the eye wall completely and then do a normal hourglass pattern to go back in. The bad thing is this shifted west last minute. Now that is good to some extent because the worst impacts, some of the worst impacts from the eye wall may be barely offshore. But the bad news with that is these far western areas, the last 24 hours, it really shifted further west. So evacuations were probably most common in like this area in here 3 days ago when the airports were still open. But since it shifted from a potential landfall near Kingston to a landfall over here, I'm guessing a substantially lower amount of population probably evacuated from this area. Because remember, evacuation stopped like 3 days ago. The entire area of Jamaica will be affected. But in terms of catastrophic impacts, that will be mainly focused towards the very coastal areas and also western Jamaica. This is where catastrophic impacts are most likely. Right in, let me switch over to here. Right in here is where catastrophic impacts are most likely. Coastal areas and then inland where landfall will be. But the entire island is being hit. That's for sure. Go back to tropical tidbits here. So now we're looking for an update from Recon at 4 of every 10 minutes. So 9:24 Eastern, 9:34 Eastern, 9:44 Eastern, 9:54 Eastern, every 4. Every 4. We should get an update from the other Recon. This one is every 8. So 9:28, 9:38, 9:48, 9:58. This one is, like I said, every 4. 9:24, 9:34, 9:44. For updates on Recon. But yeah, I want to do a bigger loop of this hurricane to see how it's turning here. Let's see. Try not to keep too many tabs open so that way I don't explode my computer. I don't need weatherwise open. I don't know why I have that open. Yeah, you can definitely see a more north wobble here. Look. Watch that line. Watch this middle gray line right here. Here, I'll just put a line right there. Let's see. I want to try to draw it at least relatively straight. There you go. Watch where it moves relative to that line. It's just a little north wobble there. It's not going to be enough to miss Jamaica, but it's enough to move the landfall location. Just a small wobble, not a significant wobble at all. Let's see if we are going back down on the water vapor imagery for the eye. Satellite water vapor. See where we are on that. Oh, yep, we're maintaining right around -3. -3.8. Right about there is where we're maintaining. But man, we had Recon in this as it broke the dryness record again. What did it get down to? I already forgot. -2.25 was it, I feel like? Yeah. -2.25. And that's when Recon was in the storm too. Alright, but again, we're going to wait for this Recon now. They're doing a bunch of circles up here trying to lower their altitude. I suppose that's what they're doing. Y'all gotta get going, man. You gotta be in the eye in 30 minutes. You better start getting them jet engines to overdrive. I don't want to say what I was about to say right there. Debating if I should watch stream or pay attention in school. Have stream up, muted, and pay attention in school. Recon found 892, Caleb, if you can even hear me. Pay more attention in school, though. Even though I know you're probably not going to listen to me. You don't like school at all. You're probably not going to listen to me whatsoever. Yeah, it's officially the 6th strongest storm. But really, it should be the 4th. It really should be the 4th. But we'll see. Either way, 6th place, 4th place for the strongest hurricane on record in the Atlantic. You're not going to notice if you're in the path of it. You're not going to notice a 4 millibar difference. Dropzone confirms 892. I'm just going to go verify that. Just see on my end if it is there. Mine doesn't have a dropzone yet. I've only got one dropzone, and that was well before the eye and eye wall. I was like way out here. I'll wait for that to update. Man, I'm dying to see radar. I just really wish I could see radar from Jamaica. Not none of this low resolution estimated radar stuff. Man. Oh well, I guess I'll never be able to look at radar. That's horrible. Yeah, this recon update's here in about 5 minutes. Hopefully they are on their way to the eye now. 893 millibar with 13 knot winds. And like I've been saying, like 894, 893, right around there. I really think that's what the millibar is. Well, we'll get an NHC update here in a little less than probably 30 minutes, so. I do see that dropzone now. Yep. Dropzone 893 confirmed surface. Yes, I see that. Dropzone 3. Just show you that from the dropzone 2. Right there. 893 millibar. 893 millibar right in the eye. That is very much supportive of 894. Or lower. You could definitely go lower. It could be as low as 892. So, we're probably down to 892 millibar and 185 sustained mile-an-hour winds right now, honestly. That's probably the peak we're at. Is Nightbot being stupid again? Wouldn't surprise me. Nightbot likes to be dumb. Nightbot likes to get the people who are doing nothing, and Nightbot hates to get the people who are spamming or, you know, breaking the actual rules that I've encoded or put into Nightbot. It's very easy to do Nightbot. It's not really any type of code. They do all the coding for you. My goodness. Well, everybody, take a screenshot in your brain. Let me just get rid of this right here, because you're witnessing history in the Atlantic. You are witnessing the strongest hurricane to ever make landfall, most likely in the entire North Atlantic basin. We are probably, wind speeds are probably tied with Dorian, and Millibar is about almost like 20 lower than Dorian. And we'll get landfall here. Again, at the top left, that's the estimated time for landfall. That's not an official timer or anything. That's just an estimated landfall timer that I started an hour and a half ago. My estimated timer for landfall. Which looks like it's probably going to be pretty dang close. Looks like it's going to be pretty dang close to that time at the top left. It really does. I mean, yeah, that was. 892 was the lowest. Wait, no. Was it? Was it 892? Yeah, it was. Yeah, Z, it was. We'll have to see. The NHC is going to do an official update here in 30 minutes, and they'll do an official update at 11 a.m. So one of those is going to be the landfall update. Probably the 11 a.m. one. But it's got to be an official millibar. So right now, the official millibar is 896. That's where we would be at for landfall if it was making landfall right now, according to the NHC. But Recon is suggesting it's probably closer to 893, 893, maybe somewhere between 892, 894. And sustained wind speeds around 180 to 185. All right, waiting for Recon here. Come on, Recon. Put them jet engines into overdrive here. You got to get moving. We got to get Recon in this thing before the 10 a.m. update, which is only less than now 30 minutes away. They still doing circles over there. Hopefully they get a move, but I'm sure they will. Huge respect, though, to Recon. I couldn't do that. Man, I don't even like going too far out in the ocean. I couldn't fly over it. You got me messed up. Very, very important. Recon is so important for hurricanes. Yeah, around 890 is possible, but that will only be possible if this recon shows continued deepening, which they are going now. Thank you. Appreciate it. They are going now, so that's only possible if this recon shows continued deepening. If we don't get a millibar around or lower than 892, 893, then it's likely not going to go sub 890. One bottle of water down. So we have to see what this recon has here soon. We should get that at let's see, 9:54. So 13:54Z is when we should have recon in the eye. And we should have a pass from recon inside the eye. So that's what we're going to be waiting on here. 891.7 at the surface, by the way. Drops on. 891.7 at the surface. That just got confirmed from our drops on. Golly. Golly, man. Gracious day. What time is landfall expected? What time is it expected to make landfall? Top left is a countdown for it. Generally 11 a.m. Eastern. 10 a.m. local. By the way, this wouldn't be possible without that stall yesterday. This would have made landfall like 2 hours ago without that 4-hour stall we had yesterday. Landfall was supposed to be about 8 a.m. and instead it's pushed back to 11 a.m. because of that 4-hour stall. People are saying landfall could be 11:30 Eastern now. Somewhere right around there. If the timer gets to 10 minutes and we're still not close, then I'll start a new one that goes 30 minutes beyond. Risk of stall on land, low. The reason why we had a stall yesterday is because it was between two high pressures, so it was equal steering currents. There was nothing steering it. So it just stalled there until the trough helped push it up, which took 4 hours. So the risk of a stall is very, very low. At least today. It stalled because of that cancellation between two highs. See where our other recon's going to go. Hopefully, fingers crossed, they go south and then cut back up like that. Because both recons, if they don't do that, this recon is cutting in like this. And this recon here cut in like this. They kind of barely got it, right? They kind of barely got that western eye wall. They weren't really going for wind speeds, you can tell. They didn't really care about the wind speeds here. They really went for that millibar. Because they were like, okay, we're going to go through the southwest side, millibar, 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 and then barely go through the northwest side. And then, yeah, it looks like they are going to cut back south and then go northeast like that. So we'll have a wind speed reading for the 11 a.m. update. It's probably going to take a good 40 minutes for them to still get into that eye wall and then into the northeast eye wall there. But this one, we are probably about 15 minutes away from this one being in the eye. Yep, community's going crazy over this storm, that's for sure. For very good reason, too. I mean, we are watching literally likely the 4th strongest hurricane ever recorded in the Atlantic. Always seems like it's October that has the strongest storms now. Feeling like it's like almost every hurricane season now seems to be a late hurricane season, a backloaded hurricane season. I mean, we literally had a storm of similar strength to this like literally a year ago. When was Milton? Let's see. I'm pretty sure that was early October. Yeah, that was October 5th through the 10th. Or 5th through the 12th, actually. So, I mean, Melissa, Wilma, Michael, all of them. Milton, Melissa, Michael, Wilma. I'm trying to think of any more that were in October that were very impressive. Also, this is extremely impressive for a non-pinhole eye storm. I didn't even think about that. Normally, to reach this magnitude, your eye is typically like 5 miles wide or less. And this eye is 10 to 11 miles. Normally, they're about this large. They're pinhole eyes, like Milton was last year. This is extremely impressive for a non-pinhole eye. Very, very impressive. Yeah, it is due to the eye wall mergers, which, I mean, we've had 3 eye wall mergers, which is so rare. That is so rare. I've never even seen an eye wall merger. Typically, that's not something that you see as often, and it's not as obvious. But it could be more subtle eye wall mergers that I just haven't noticed before. But these were pretty obvious eye wall mergers on radar, at least. Let's see where we're at for water vapor. We're back at -3, -3.50, right around there, and we are still dropping. Gracious day. Yeah, this thing's literally been rivaling itself for like the last day. It's literally been rivaling itself. It's like, okay, I broke one record for the driest eye. Now I'm going to break that same exact record 5 more times. We should get a recon position update here within the next 2 minutes. Going to that recon site here. There we go. This is going to be mission 23 that we're waiting to update to see how far it is. They should be right at the eye wall. Like, they should be right here. So they're going to be well in the eye here in 10 minutes. In about 10 or 11 minutes, they'll be well into the eye. It looks like that northern wobble stopped completely, and it's moving due northeast again. So that tiny little north wobble we had, it fully stopped. Because for a second there, I was starting to think a landfall could be up here. Because that wobble really, it was wobbling good for like a solid 15 minutes, and then it went right back onto normal trajectory. So still looking at about Black River for landfall. Recon should update by now, honestly. I'm surprised it hasn't. We are at our time for update right now. That's a 44. It's almost a 45. So we're at our time for update. Jamaica has radar. The only problem is the site is overloaded. All right, they are in the northwest eye wall. I just got the position update. Yep, there you go. They are in the northwest eye wall. Wow, look at that. Pressure at 966 millibar. This thing's really weakened. 966 millibar. Cancel the stream, y'all. Time to end. I wish that was the case. My goodness, how much I wish that was the case. I would love for that to be the case. 966 millibar landfall. That would still be a high-end cat too, but unfortunately we're looking at um a, a well into the category 5 range. Very well into the category 5 range. I can't tell you the actually I can. Dorian. Dorian was the last time we had a hurricane like this so close to land. Yeah. Yep. 966 millibar max cat 3 catching the next stream. Nah, we're not going anywhere at all. We're staying here through landfall. That is for sure. Not going anywhere, man. I'm not gonna say the only thing that will get me off because I don't want to jinx it. Like that stupid glitch that happened last night, I have a backup for that now. I made a backup this morning. I've got a backup. It will take me about, 15 minutes to get going for the backup, but there is a backup to that glitch that happened yesterday. I changed nothing. I do not know what the heck happened last night. I don't know. I turned off my computer probably 5 times yesterday. I updated the graphics drivers. I reinstalled the graphics drivers. I reinstalled part of the Windows update. I changed settings in Streamlabs. I reset the router. I unplugged both of my Ethernet cables on my computer and my router end, reconnected them, gave it a little bit of time, went back on stream, and nothing worked. I mean, it took me like 30 minutes. I tried. I was really upset, but that let me go to sleep early. Like I said, I was out before midnight, which means, I was able to get up at 7 a.m. And then at 7 a.m., I realized I should probably go live early. I should probably be live at 7:30. So I went live at 7:15. Really good decision on that, that's for sure. Let's see. All right, so yeah, we are less than 10 minutes away from getting this recon update. Less than 10 minutes away from getting a recon update in the eye. And this is what will determine the 10 a.m. update. If it is still that same millibar, they will probably put it at the 4th strongest hurricane millibar-wise in the Atlantic. So the eye wall now is likely getting over to Black River. So wind speeds are going to be upwards of 185 miles per hour sustained. Wind gusts could be upwards of 220 miles per hour. So make sure you are indoors, away from all doors and windows. This is a very life-threatening situation. If you are anywhere from Alligator Pond all the way back up to about the Petersfield area, you need to be seeking shelter immediately, as this storm is nearing landfall now. The eye wall is moving on shore, so we're looking at sustained wind speeds up to 180 to 185 miles per hour and wind gust upwards of 220 miles per hour. Now, higher elevations, the higher you are, the higher the wind gust. So we could have wind gusts upwards of 260 miles per hour, depending how high up the elevation goes. So you need to be seeking shelter immediately. Treat this as dire of a situation as it gets. Whatever it gets to get you in the safe spot. Even if I have to say sustain 200 mile an hour winds for you, get in your safe spot. Even if I have to keep going higher for the wind speeds, whatever can get you in your safe spot, that's what you have to be. Unfortunately, the area it is hitting is poorly built, so there's not many areas that are going to be able to sustain wind speeds probably beyond 120 miles per hour, honestly. Sustained winds of 120 will probably do substantial damage and completely destroy most homes in this area. And we're looking at sustained winds of 180, 185. All right, about 4 to 5 minutes away from recon update. That is my channel name. What's up? That is indeed me. Storm surge will start soon. Storm surge has been ongoing. The worst storm surges now. Worst storm surges right now. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you could see Kingston's going to be getting in on some of that worst storm surge for sure. So this whole area right in here. I mean, my word. Storm surge has got to be up to like almost 20 feet now, right? Because it was 13 feet, up to 13-foot storm surge for a 150 mile per hour Cat 4. We're at 180 to 185 now. So we've got to be up to like almost a 20-foot storm surge being possible in some areas. Because we are significantly stronger than a 150 mile per hour Cat 4 landfall. Way, way stronger. I don't think that's unconfirmed. I think that's like a live recon right now. What's up? We'll see if we can verify that. Potentially an 890.7 millibar. That's from a very early recon. I don't even know what site that is. So it's possible that we are still deepening here. Let's see here. Hopefully, I know there's at least like 3 chasers out here. Let's see here. Yeah, I know there's at least like 3 chasers out in this place. Let's see where this chaser's at. So this chaser is... They're in like Maidville, this area. Man, getting into that eye wall, I don't know if that's definitely not safe, but obviously chasers are professionals, so. But I mean, even that, you're looking at an eye wall with 180 to 185 mile an hour sustained winds. I don't even know if I wouldn't go into that. If I were chasing this, I would not go into that. Just straight up. I don't even know if I'd go into a category 5, like a low end category 5's eye wall. I'm a scaredy cat. Like the max wind speeds I'd probably go in is about 130. I'd be very scared to go in anything higher than that. So I couldn't imagine how those chasers feel when they see a 180 to 185 mile an hour eye wall going right for them. No, thank you. I'd be on the east side of Jamaica right now. I would not be close to that eye wall if I were chasing. I mean, nobody's a professional when it comes to hurricanes of this strength. Nobody has a lot of experience with them. At best case, you've experienced and intercepted like 2 or 3 of them. If you travel globally, like if you go to the Philippines for one, and then Dorian, or yeah, the Philippines for one, Dorian, and then this one. You know, that's like the most experience somebody ought to have is like 3 intercepts with a hurricane of this magnitude. Because they're so rare, and they are even more rare to hit land. It's even harder for these storms to hit land at this type of condition. All right. Update any given second now for recon. There it is. I see 892.5 at the moment. 892.5 is the lowest I see right now. Which is 0.2 higher than the last. Oh, but listen to this. 173 knot flight level winds. That is supportive of 185. Dude, that's 200 mile an hour flight level. That's supportive of 185 mile an hour winds. at surface, maybe even 190. Flight level 173 knots, 200 miles per hour. The wind speeds on that are substantially higher than the last pass. Gracious day. So not as insane of a, well, actually still like almost the same millibar, but the wind speeds are like literally 30 knots greater this pass. 20 to 30 knots greater. Oh, they're going through the southern eye wall. Interesting. I thought they would be trying to go through the, at least, well, I mean, they didn't, let's see here. They skipped out on the strongest part of the storm, because you can see this recon went through the southeast and the northwest eye wall. This recon went through the far northwest eye wall and now the southern eye wall. So they skipped out where the strongest wind speeds probably are, and that's over land at this point. So that's probably why they skipped them, because those strongest wind speeds are probably starting to come down now as it's beginning to make landfall. So what would you go with? I would go with 903. I would go with 893, 185. That's what I would go with if I were on the desk for this advisory at 10 a.m. I would go with 185 sustained, 893 millibar. What would you guys go with all the data you guys have been given from this recon? I'd go with 190, 892. That's very, very reasonable as well. .173 knots equals 198.95 miles per hour. That's flight level. 185, 893. I think that's a good middle ground, really. It's not conservative. Conservative is 895, 180. That's very conservative. A middle ground is 185, 893. And then a high end is 190, 892 or 190, 891. And then unreasonable is anything less than 890. Anything lower than that is unreasonable with the data we've collected. I'd go 185, 894. I'd go 185, 891. Well, time to figure out what the officials go with. See if they've updated. Not yet. And keep refreshing that discussion. It should be in the next 2 minutes here. Let's see if we can see the mesovorts in the eye. Yep, you definitely can. Big time mesovortices in the eye itself. Wow. What a wild hurricane, man. Can't believe it's making landfall, too. I've never tracked this in my life. I've never seen something like this in my life. This is worse than Dorian in terms of intensity. Now, Dorian stalled. Man. There was nothing left of the Bahamas with that. We are approximately around an hour from landfall. Approximately an hour from landfall now. What an insane hurricane. So this will be probably the peak intensity. And then most likely the next update will be the landfall update. I'm thinking 11 will probably be, 11 a.m. will probably be the landfall update, honestly. Y'all keep refreshing the National Hurricane Center with me. This site can handle all the traffic. That's for sure. If you see it, just put it in the chat. Put like 185-892 or whatever it may be. Yeah, so if this does make landfall at 891 millibar, it will be the strongest landfall ever recorded anywhere in the globe in record ever recorded. Hey, I'm okay with them being late because they're probably debating what millibar to go with here. Every millibar counts a lot. Every millibar means a bunch because if they go 892, that's tied with Labor Day. If they go 891, that is officially, if it makes landfall as that, the strongest landfall ever recorded in history anywhere in the world. And if they go with anything higher, like if they go with 895, then this would be tied, a three-way tied for the fifth strongest hurricane in the Atlantic. And if they go like 894, that would be fourth place. $185 892. It is tied with Labor Day. It is officially tied with Labor Day. There you go. 185 892. It is tied with the Labor Day hurricane for a millibar. So it's tied for third place in the strongest hurricane ever recorded in the North Atlantic Ocean. Wow. And we're still going to get another recon in this for the 11 o'clock update, too. These guys should be in. Hopefully, they cut now. I was really hoping they would cut here and go through the southwest to northeast eyewall like that. I'm not too sure why they're going so far away. Unless they're going back. They might be going back. They actually might be going back. One pass and done. We'll have to see if one of the recon's going back now. Dude. That is crazy. 185, 892. And there's a chance they go lower, by the way. Honestly, we are about an hour from landfall. If this thing's still over water, if that low pressure, is still over water in an hour, there's a chance they go a little lower for the millibar. I'm talking like 1 or 2 millibars lower, okay? I'm not talking anything big. But again, 1 to 2 millibars when you're this intense is everything. Because let me go. I'm going to go back to the records here. We are officially tied with Labor Day, with the Labor Day hurricane in 1935 for the lowest millibar, which was 892, third place. That I think I said, yeah, that was 90 years ago. Yeah, 90 years ago. Gracious day. What a wild hurricane. Now I got to go do the tweet. Let's go over to satellite. And go to here. So what, let's see, what millibar did the Labor Day Hurricane 1935 have at landfall? I'm pretty sure it's exactly this millibar. Yeah, exactly this millibar. I just want to double check. Give me just a moment, y'all. Doing a big old type right here. This is a big tweet. This is a historic tweet right here. Ever recorded. There we go. Boom. Appreciate you guys bearing with me right there. Just had to get that out because that's a record-breaking... Oh, there's an NHC, yeah, from Twitter. Let's see what they have here. So obviously 892, 185. I didn't read the words here. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Take cover immediately. Failure to adequately shelter may result in serious injury or loss of life. Residents in Jamaica that experienced the eye should not leave the shelter, as winds will rapidly increase with the backside of the eye wall of Melissa. To protect yourself from wind, the best thing you can do is put as many walls and rooms between you and the outside world. Go to an interior room without windows, ideally where you can avoid falling trees, and is the safest place. It is safe also to wear a helmet for protection. And then they go into what Recon found. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Wrong person. Yeah, I did see that, Pez. That's what What's Up, I think, added me on Twitter for. But I don't know what site that is. The lowest I got on Recon was 892.5. So I don't know how accurate that is. But we are very close to landfall. We're still probably almost... We're probably just under an hour. The timer at the top left says 50 minutes. That's got to be pretty close. It's going to be close to 50 minutes. It's going to be very, very close. Let's see if, see what the camera has in Western Jamaica. See if it's still up. Huh, service is out. Yeah, so we still have them across Eastern Jamaica. Yeah, Kingston's not getting the worst impacts, thankfully. Definitely still impacts and still damage, but not the worst. Very afraid for what's going to be left of Western Jamaica here. I really hope everybody is seeking shelter the best they can. But unfortunately, considering the structures aren't so well built in Western Jamaica, it's almost, especially if you're on the coastline, there's a pretty good chance. I mean, if you're not seeking shelter, it's unsurvivable conditions. It's literally, I think it's unsurvivable conditions if you are in Western Jamaica and you're not seeking shelter. There we go. So, yep, now we wait for landfall. The next 50 minutes are very crucial. We may be able to get one more recon pass in here. Possibly. Yeah, these guys are leaving. So we'll see if these dudes turn around as fast as possible and just go straight back in. We'll see what they do. There's a chance we get one more recon pass in here before landfall. Or as it's making landfall. It's going to be very close. Very, very close. Yeah. If you told me 2 days ago that this would be a sub 900 millibar storm with sustained winds of 185, I would think you're crazy. I would think you are absolutely crazy because there's no way 2 days ago I'd look at it as there's no way an eyewall replacement cycle doesn't really hurt landfall. And also conditions didn't look that favorable. Like they didn't look favorable for a hurricane this high end. Yeah, it's wind, so it does pick up things. Yeah, it picks up debris. That's another big issue with hurricanes. That was one of the problems with Helene. Helene caused a bunch of damage across Florida, but then Milton came by in some of the same areas that were impacted by Helene, and there was a lot of scattered debris because of that. So Helene had, it obviously devastated Florida, and specifically around the Tampa Bay area where Milton later on hit. And so it had a bunch of debris was already on the ground and scattered everywhere from Helene, and then Milton just came by and picked up all that, and there was so much flying debris. My word. Just a perfect storm. Perfect storm with a worst case scenario. Just wild. Well, even if I was able to access the radar, I bet the radar site's probably about to be down at this point. If not, it may already be down. Because I don't think radar site's surviving a Cat 5. Yeah, definitely did shift quite the bit west. Very clear west wobble. Look at, let me see if it shows as clearly on here as it does on my other program. No, that definitely doesn't show well at all. Here, I'll show you. Here's Zoom Earth. This should be good. You can clearly see that west wobble. Moving northeast. West wobble pushes it north. And now we still got to see where it goes. It looks like it's starting to go back on track and following the northeastern trajectory now. It looks like it's following that more northern trajectory now. Or the original trajectory. Because you could see if you just follow it, the storm should be, the center should be like right here right now. But it's actually up here. So definitely further west. For sure further west. But yeah, let's go see. Did we get a drop zone from that recon pass earlier or no? Oh, we did. Drop zone 7. Drop zone 7. 895 at the surface on that. So a little bit higher on that drop zone. That's in kind of the eastern portion of the eye. That's probably why they didn't get it dead center. You could see overlapped with satellite. They kind of got it on like the southeast side of the eye. So they didn't get it like dead center. They were just a little bit too far east for dead center. So that's why the millibar wasn't as low as what we got for the extract pressure. Jonathan, you're lying. You gotta be lying. Even though you're a regular viewer of the channel, you gotta be lying. Do you know where you see that from? Or is that from like a Twitter post? Do you have any reasoning for that? Because it's probably a gust. Yeah. If it's a drop zone, it's a gust. Which doesn't surprise me too much. Let me see. Let me show you this really quick. Aircraft recon. Drops on 6. Give me just a moment. I'm still looking at this real quick. Is it drops on 6 or is it drops on 7? No, it's drops on 8, actually. Yeah, here you go. One of the craziest drop songs ever recorded right here, y'all. One of the craziest ones ever recorded. Surface, 172 knots. 172 knot mile-an-hour winds. That's like 200 miles per hour. That is 198. So that's literally one of the... That's probably the craziest drop song ever recorded. Just wild. This is in the southern eye wall. So, yeah, a lot of crazy stuff just happened in the last hour. A lot of crazy stuff. Our newest update from the National Hurricane Center puts sustained wind speeds at 185 miles per hour and a central minimum pressure of 892 millibars. So this hurricane is currently tied for the strongest hurricane, the third strongest hurricane in the Atlantic. This is the third strongest hurricane ever recorded in the Atlantic, tied with the Labor Day hurricane 90 years ago. And also there's a chance we get an update. I think we will get an update at 11 a.m. before landfall, but if it makes landfall at this millibar, it will be tied for the strongest hurricane to make landfall anywhere in the northern Atlantic Ocean ever recorded. It would be tied with the Labor Day hurricane at 892 millibars. So Western Jamaica I mean, we're looking at a very historic hurricane here. We did get another wobble. That wobble is probably going to delay our landfall a little bit. You can see the little northern wobble we've gotten here. It's moving barely northeast. If you follow that track, it's really moving northeast here. Barely northeast, northeast. So that's probably going to delay landfall a little bit more there. So we could be looking at a landfall somewhere right along... I mean, right along in here now looks to be the most likely area. Right along in here. Because it's going north right now, but it's probably going to wobble back a little bit east. And remember, landfall is when the central low pressure hits land. When this low pressure right here hits land. Not when the far outer eye wall or the inner eye wall or the outer portion of the eye hits land, but the central low pressure. So the estimated time at the top left, which we started that timer over 2 hours ago now, that's the estimated landfall time, 37 minutes. And I mean, it's going to be very close to that. It will be very, very close to that. Seeing if there's anything else that's new here that I may have missed. Where's Crawford? There's a chaser in Crawford. Crawford. Jamaica. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Yeah, so that dude is in the eye wall. That dude's in the eye wall right now. Gracious. Man, I can only imagine how that feels being right in the eye wall. It's not the strongest in the Atlantic history, no. That goes to Wilma still. It is tied for the third strongest. And if it makes landfall at this pressure, it will be tied for the strongest landfalling hurricane. Tied with Labor Day 90 years ago. So this current pressure is the third strongest ever recorded anywhere in the Atlantic Basin at any time on record. And if it makes landfall at this pressure, it is the tied for number 1 for the strongest landfall ever anywhere in the U.S. or anywhere in the Atlantic. I gotta stress Atlantic because Atlantic includes Jamaica, Yucatan Peninsula, Cuba, the entire Gulf coastline in the southeastern U.S., the Lesser Antilles, Puerto Rico. Those are all areas where we could see landfalls in the Atlantic every hurricane season. So, yeah, I mean, if this was further east, it would have made landfall by now. Or very close to it. It would be right here. If it was further east, it would be, yeah, right about here. So if it was further east, it would have been very close to, like seconds away, or have already made landfall. If it was further off to the east, if we didn't see those west wobbles over the last few hours. But because of that, it's still over the ocean. Please, when I look at recon, please tell me they've turned back. Please tell me they've turned back. They're still going away. I don't think we're going to be able to get another recon in. Unless they turn now. They got to turn around right now. I don't know if we're going to be able to get another recon in before landfall. So there's probably, if that's the case, they probably are not going to be updating. They probably won't change the millibar or the mile per hour much at all. Yeah, they have about 30 minutes. That timer at the top left, that's for like 10:59 a.m. So like literally they would have to turn back right now and start going like this. But they're probably going to head up north and then go like that, and that's going to take an hour if they do that. It depends where they go. Our other recon has already turned back because they got a long journey back to the ABC Islands. Let's see. Yeah, because these guys were supposed to exit the storm at 13Z, which was probably right about when they exited the storm. And the one we are looking at now, these guys, my bad. These guys were supposed to leave the storm an hour ago, about an hour and a half. Yeah, about an hour ago. My word. They were supposed to leave the storm about an hour ago, and they did. These guys aren't going to be leaving the storm until about 1. So we still have another about hour and a half, about another 2.5 hours, rather, before these guys have to go. Yeah, an hour and a half would be 12. Yeah, they'll be in the storm till about 1 Eastern. So, and then after that, I don't know when our next recon is after that. Our next recon will be in the storm at 6 p.m. today. So that will be when the storm likely is leaving Jamaica. When the storm's leaving Jamaica, we'll get recon back in it. But this guy, we've got another about 2 hours with this recon right here. So they'll be flying in the storm right up until landfall. And then about an hour and a half after landfall, they'll be leaving. So very close to landfall now. Getting really, really, really close. Yeah, it'll be over Jamaica pretty much all day long. Landfall will be probably just after 11 a.m. and it's not going to leave Jamaica till sometime after 5 p.m. Live camera. Golly. That hurt my ears. A huge, very huge volume warning. So view this at your own risk. But here's a camera. I suggest turn down your audio now. Now turn it down before you click that link. Turn it down. Trust me. Trust me, turn it down right now. Yeah, that's on the eastern eye wall. I'm not going to show you because I have zero idea how to contact this person at all. Let's see here. Gracious day. I have to turn that off. That's very loud. Yeah, it's very loud. It is very, very loud. That's what 185 mile-an-hour winds feels like right there. That's what it sounds like, I should say. The radar's down. Our radar's down. RIP radar. Golly. Did the camera just fall over? My goodness. Oh my word, dude. That is insane. That eye wall is crazy. I'm going to save that video. Hopefully they don't take it down after. My word, dude. "28 minutes until the next NHC update and the approximate landfall time." Alright, I'm going to take a very brief break because I haven't gotten up out of this chair in 3 hours. So give me 2 minutes. I will be right back and then we'll continue coverage. So just bear with me just a little bit whilst we're at a bit of a lull here, and then we'll start. We'll stay at this screen for landfall, obviously. So I will be right back. I'm back. Apologies, maybe a little bit longer, but I mean, you gotta take a break every now and then. It's good to get up and stretch, especially if you're sitting down for long periods of time. And considering I was sitting for much of the day yesterday, really good idea to get up. But here we go. We are, the eye wall is onshore. Most likely the eastern eye wall is onshore, the east and northeast eye wall, which is the strongest portion of the system. Yeah, that's hitting right in this area is where the northeast eye wall's hitting. Right in Cambridge. Right in Cambridge. And it's just going to keep battering that same area too. That's the huge problem with hurricanes, obviously. I mean, that same area is just going to keep getting battered with the northeasterly winds. So, very long, very, very long day ahead for people out there in far southwest Jamaica. Really, really long day ahead. I don't know if anybody else is showing that footage on their streams or not. I don't risk it. I don't risk it. I just don't risk it because, you know, don't show something that isn't yours, right? If you don't got permission for it, don't show it. But it seems like pretty much every camera is down right now. It seems like every camera is down in Jamaica. Yeah, but I do think this is probably 190 to 195 sustained at this point. I'm going to be honest. Straight up, I think this is probably down to like 8 and probably into the 880s in a millibar, honestly. Probably into the 880 millibar and probably 190 to 195 sustained. It's probably strengthened even more. They're going to go for a northeast pass. They're going to go around the island and then cut in. That's what they're going to do. Hurry up, hurry up. Go faster. I know you guys can only go so fast, but we need you. Please, please. Oh my goodness. What have I missed? An insane amount of intensification. Really. We're down to 892 millibars. And we're up to 185 sustained officially. That's the official update. It's officially the third strongest hurricane, tied for the third strongest hurricane ever in the North Atlantic. And it is, if it makes landfall at this millibar, it will be tied for the strongest hurricane to ever make landfall in the Northern Atlantic, tied with the Labor Day hurricane 90 years ago. For those who want to see footage in the Northeast eye wall, I'll put the link in the chat again. For those who didn't see it, I will put the link in the chat again because I'm not going to show something that I don't have permission for. Volume warning. So turn down your phone, turn down your computer, whatever you're watching from before you click that link because it is very loud. Let's see. Yeah, so we'll get an NHC update. It might be a little bit past, honestly, it might be a little bit past 11. They might try to wait for that recon. Gracious day. I don't think the millibar is as strong as Wilma, but I do think the wind speeds are. What wind speeds did Wilma have? Yeah, 185. So, yeah. It's matching Wilma's intensity in terms of wind speeds. You only get every couple seconds on that camera. That camera's going to go in and out. Pretty sure it was 185. I'll check again. Yeah, 185. 185, 882. And this is 185, 880, 892. This is 10. The only difference is this is 10 millibars higher. I can't believe this is actually rivaling Wilma's intensity near Jamaica. The only way I thought we would get a hurricane of this strength was if it went well southwest of Jamaica. Because I remember 5 days ago I talked about it potentially rivaling Wilma's intensity if it went southwest of Jamaica. But this is definitely not southwest of Jamaica. This is going to be right on top of Jamaica here. I'm telling you, HAFSA and HAFSB, man. You wonder why you heard so much about those models on this channel. It's because they're good. They're some of the best hurricane models. I found that out last year. I was like, these things are nailing it. Skip the H-bond and the H-wharf. HAFSA and B are really good when it comes to rapid intensification and also the Google AI ensembles. So that's why I used them so much, even though they kept shifting every now and then. Every hurricane model does, so. But I knew they were going to be good. This is from Josh Morgerman, if I'm saying his last name correctly. He's Hurricane Man. That's what he's known as, Hurricane Man. He's intercepted like the most hurricanes than anyone ever. Just a couple of minutes ago, he said crashing sounds like an explosion, wreckage flying everywhere down the street, trees bending way over, very unpleasant pressure in the ears. Crawford in Jamaica, which is the northeast eye wall. So if you look up Crawford, Jamaica, that's where he is. Right there. Yep, he's the Reed Timmer of hurricanes. Like, he literally goes everywhere. Japan, Taiwan, Jamaica, Lesser Antilles, United States, Philippines, China. He'll go wherever the typhoons are or wherever the hurricanes are. Like, seriously, being so for real, I do think this is actually 190 sustained. I really do. That's like perfect. You can't. This is as perfect as it gets for a hurricane. Absolute worst case scenario for Jamaica, but in terms of a hurricane, this is as perfect as it gets. I mean, gracious day. Look at that, dude. Let me show you guys this loop. Oh my goodness. I haven't even showed you guys this loop all day today. What am I doing? Hold on. Let me load this loop up. This is the satellite that I've been posting on Twitter. Because I know some of you guys probably don't follow me or frequently look at Twitter. So let me load this up. And then I will show it to you guys. Okay, apparently a 90 loop is broken, so I'm going to have to just do a 30 frame loop. There you go. Let me do it sideways. Perfect. So there you go. That is what this thing looks like on high resolution satellite. Website is the official NOAA Ghost 19 satellite. I'll put it in the chat too. That should be the right link. Yeah. That's the official satellite page. Crazy, crazy hurricane. Crazy hurricane, y'all. So wild, man. No point in keeping that radar open anymore because it don't exist. Man, yeah, I don't think yeah, they're not gonna find any stronger wind speeds because we're very close to landfall now. They're probably not gonna find any stronger wind speeds over land. Oops, that's the link. I need the actual screenshot. Hold on, give me just a moment, y'all. Go all the way to the newest satellite imagery. There we go. Another tweet. All right, so we're gonna continue to watch this very, very closely on satellite. Countdown at the top left, 14 minutes till the estimated landfall. It's probably gonna be a bit longer. It will be a bit longer than that. But hey, that was pretty close for an estimated landfall. That was pretty close. Considering I started that timer almost 3 hours ago, that was a pretty good estimate. But we're probably still almost an hour away from a full landfall where the the dead center of the hurricane hits land. What in the world? Mm, I don't know about that. No, literally, if you take this hurricane and flip it upside down as if it was in the Western Hemisphere in the Western Pacific, it literally looks like Haiyan. Like if somebody wants to do it, you can take a screenshot of really whenever in the last 50 frames, and then just flip it upside down and go look at a satellite imagery of Haiyan, which is in a different basin, so it rotates the opposite way. Um, and it will literally look like the same. Actually, I'm pretty sure typhoons rotate the same way, correct? Pretty sure. It's the southern hemisphere they rotate the other way because of the equator. So they rotate the same exact way. Pretty sure. It's when you get south of the equator, which is somewhere right in here. So like in Australia, that's where they rotate the opposite way. The heck? Hurricane force wind warning way up there in Alaska. That's in the wrong spot. That's supposed to be in Jamaica. How close is recon? Let me see. Uh, I'd say 20 minutes. Really the earliest. Estimated time for them to be in the eye wall or potentially in the eye is let me see. Can it update? That would be 11:03. 11:03 is the estimated time. 3 minutes. 3 minutes. If they turn now, 11:03. Which they should turn. Our next update is in like 5 minutes, and if they haven't turned by then it will be later. Hey, we didn't miss its peak by too far. At least we knew it was a sub 900 millibar storm. So we didn't miss it by too much. Man. Yeah, let's go check water vapor satellite imagery and see if that is above -6. It's still at -5. When that gets above -6, that's a big sign as towards the eye making landfall. It definitely turned to north. 100 billion%. Look. You can tell it turned north. Clear northern turn. Yep. Very close to landfall now. We're still a little bit of ways. I know it looks like we're like 2 minutes from landfall, but again, that center has to hit land, and based on where that's going, we're still about an hour out, honestly. But the thing is, those winds on the northeast side are going to start coming down as we get closer. So the millibar could still be the lowest. There is still a chance Recon can get the lowest millibar we've seen out of this, out of Recon so far in this hurricane. But the wind speeds are likely going to be a bit lower since they're now interacting with land. But there's still a chance. There is still a chance. We're going to get it. We're going to get that recon update for the IA probably either at 11:03 or 11:13, one or the other. My word. All right, I'm going to stop that timer and I'm going to add let's see. I'm going to add that much time. 29 minutes. So that will put it at about 10:20 for landfall. Actually, let's see. So it's moving at probably about 9 miles per hour now. Oh yeah, 18 miles. Let's pause that and let's get that all the way up. Let's get that all the way up to 109. Get that up further. Get that sucker all the way up to 109. We're still pretty far. Unless it turns northeast, and even then, that's more than 9 miles away, so we're at least an hour. Feels like we just completely backtracked, huh? Because I just reset that timer. Man. Proxy, I think 190 is a stretch, but 190 is also kind of like realistic. 200 is insane. I don't know if this atmosphere is capable of that out in this area. Well, there's an 11 o'clock update, so we know that NHC is not going to be doing that. They're not holding off on it. Um, 185, 892. So it is officially tied for the second strongest hurricane to make landfall. Well, tied for the first, actually. It's tied for Labor Day. It is tied for Labor Day. I don't know. We might be able to get the noon advisory in. That's a stretch. It's going to be making landfall at that time. But because of this westward track, see, this is where it is. We were expecting it to be here. So see, it would be making landfall now. If it didn't take that northern turn, it'd be making landfall now. So I wonder if we could stretch it to the noon update. It's pushing it, but it's possible we could stretch it to the noon update and there could still be a little bit higher millibar. Or a little bit lower millibar. Higher wind speeds, lower millibar. But that's very much pushing it. Let me go see mission 23 here. Yeah, this recon should update any minute. Any minute this should update. I'm gonna have to eat something because I just got like a wave of lightheadedness over here. Like the whole world just spun and I felt like I was about to pass out. So I might have to start eating this little breakfast biscuit here. Because I haven't had anything and I've been awake for like 5 hours now. And that still hasn't updated. It doesn't look like they've actually turned. They haven't turned. They might be going back. We're not getting recon in this again. Dang. There's still a small chance they turn back, but I mean, they're leaving very early. I guess it's because they got to get all the way back up to Florida. But the time for their, it did say the exit time was 1:30. I don't know exactly why they're leaving. It could be because they don't want to fly directly over Jamaica. I'm not too sure exactly why. But there is a chance we still there's a chance we'll get a noon update from the NHC here. Did they mention a an update at noon, or is the 11 o'clock advisory the last? I mean, this was like, this is a full advisory right here, so I don't know if they're doing... It says next advisory is at 2 p.m. Complete advisory is 5 p.m. They don't mention an hourly update here. They'll probably do one anyways. They'll probably still do a noon update for Landfall. Yeah, flight level winds of 172 knots at 700 millibars. Based on that data, we've upgraded to 185 sustained. Which, remember, this is a full advisory, so if somebody hasn't seen the hourly advisories, this thing jumped from 175 to 185. Let's see here. Trying to see if they mention, anything else important. Really the same general wording. All right, let's see the new cone here. So there's the new cone. I don't want recon there. 150. 8? Gracious day, this thing slowed down. Yeah, so we're looking at a landfall tomorrow morning. That's 8 a.m. That's 8 p.m. So yeah, we're looking at probably like a 4 a.m. landfall in eastern Cuba. And then look at that. They are forecasting still a major hurricane over Cuba, but it would probably still weaken into Cat 2 by the time it gets to southeastern Bahamas. The eye is already outside of the cone. No, it's on the southwest side. It's outside of the pinpoint advisory right there. I don't know why they do that. You should really adjust the cone to that advisory there, or to where the center is actually located. Because this thing's moving still off to the north. It's still moving off to the north here. So we're at least an hour from landfall. If it does get an east wobble, it will be in an hour. But if it just keeps moving due north, then it could be a little bit longer than an hour. Well, tied with the Labor Day hurricane. How about that one? So this is tied for the strongest hurricane to ever make landfall. What winds? Hold on. What wind speeds? By the way, we've had 190 lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes inside the eye. Labor Day hurricane. 1935? Was it? 185. It's literally a repeat. It's literally a repeat. 185, 892. That's literally the advisory we just got. Like, literally, if you turn on the advisory here. 185, 892. It's literally the exact same. Wow. So, tied for third place in terms of the strongest landfall, tied. So, now Labor Day, Dorian, and Melissa are a three-way tie for first place in terms of wind speeds. But I think Labor Day and Melissa were stronger millibars than Dorian at landfall, so they kind of get a little bit of an edge ahead of Dorian. See what Pez has sent me over here. Okay. I'm gonna get that camera back up that I sent to y'all. See if it's still just loud audio. Yep. Just a loud audio. I don't think Recon's going in. I'm pretty sure they're leaving. I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure they're leaving now. That's what it looks like to me. I mean, they said they were going to leave the center at 1:30, but maybe they just left sooner, save some fuel instead of just going around the like southern edge of the hurricane as it's making landfall. We'll give it another update, which should be in the next like 2 minutes. And if it updates and they still haven't turned back, yeah, they're for sure leaving. But there's still a slim chance you could see that plane turn around here. But definitely aimed towards going back to Florida right now. Almost able to see some land on the far northeast eye. Almost able to see some land. It's Crawford is in the green pixels. So they're starting to get through the last little bit of rain most likely right now. Yeah, Recon never hit the northeast eye wall. That's why I'm thinking this is closer to probably 190 sustained. Because they never hit the northeast eye wall. They only hit the northwest and the southern eye wall. Yeah, they hit the northwest eye wall here, southern eye wall here, and then northwest eye wall here, southern eye wall here. In reversed order. This one was first. This one was first. They hit this, went through the southwest side, came out the northwest side. And then the next recon, shortly after that, went through the southern side and went through the northwest side. Other way around. Went through the northwest side, then the southern side. So one went from south to north, the other one went from north to south. But neither of them got that strongest northeast eye wall. Yeah, they're heading back. They are heading back. Man. Yeah, I really do think this is making landfall closer as a 190, 195 mile per hour sustained storm. And millibar probably close to 890. So yeah, they're probably not going to upgrade it anymore because 185 is only 5 miles per hour shy from the record in the Atlantic. So yeah, but this is stronger than Milton, right? Milton got 180. I think Milton was 180. Yeah, so this is stronger than Milton. It's 3 millibars lower than Milton and 5 miles per hour higher than Milton from last year. And Milton never made landfall at peak intensity, so this is doing something that Milton never did. Landfall literally at peak intensity, dude. Just wild. Almost can see some land right there. We're getting very, very close. But again, that's not landfall. The low pressure looks to be down in here. That's where the main low pressure looks to be. Kind of southeast side, right in here. Not exactly dead center, a little bit lopsided to the southeast. Let me go read this real quick. Yeah, and the NHC does note that Melissa will likely be dissipated in an extratropical system by the end of the week. So up here. So that's November 1st or 2nd is when Melissa will dissipate. Freaking November, man. Crazy. So what day is that? That is Saturday or Sunday. So right about the end of the week into the weekend. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if Recon had to just leave because the storm's too intense. Really would not surprise me. Especially with all of the lightning we're seeing too. Hold on here. We got high resolution satellite from CIRA and GIRA. There you go. Let that loop again. There you go. Look at the mesovortices. Look at the mesovortices all circling around the center of the eye. That is insanity. Gracious day. And this was, of course, a couple hours ago. This was probably, actually, it says it right there. This was from about, let me pause it. Actually, I can't see the time when I pause it, so I have to play it. I think it was about 7:50 a.m. So well after we started, 7:50 a.m. till 7:50 a.m. till 9:19 Eastern time. One more loop, one more. Okay, one more full one. Gotta make sure I have this on record, right? All right, there we go. Excuse me. Apparently I'm allergic somehow. Yeah, no more recon. Recon won't be going back into this storm till like 6 o'clock tonight. They'll be in this storm about 6 o'clock tonight, Eastern time. Yeah, still very populated areas. I mean, White House here, that's got to be a population of like close to 10,000 right there. This whole area right here, this coastline where it's going to make landfall is very populated. That's where the northern and northeastern eyewall is right now. So the worst is right in here, and I mean that's a lot of population. Right in here. There's probably almost like I'd say near 50,000 in there. I wonder if just going to test it real quick. Nothing popped up. Normally that says population, so I'm guessing it's not going to work down here in Jamaica. Yeah. So it doesn't calculate population here in Jamaica. Because I was going to try to calculate the population there. But you would do that normally by like this, and then just put in any MPH, but it's not doing it. But my guess is it's somewhere around 50K. Man. Yeah, it's very windy there. Can't find the live cam. I still have it. Let me get a link for you. Again, audio warning. It's still being hit by the northeast eye wall.
Of Jamaica. We're expecting it to make landfall in southeastern Cuba overnight tonight or early Wednesday morning. We have hurricane warnings in effect for much of eastern Cuba. Then the center of Melissa will move out into the southwestern Atlantic and through the southeastern Bahamas during the day on Wednesday into Wednesday evening, where we have hurricane warnings in effect as well. Storm surge along the southeast Cuban coast 8 to 12 feet above normal tide levels. 5 to 8 feet of inundation possible in the southeastern Bahamas near where the eye passes through. And again, dangerous major hurricane force winds expected across portions of southeastern Cuba with 10 to 20 inches of rainfall, isolated rainfall totals here in some of these areas as high as 25 inches. Again, catastrophic flash flooding and landslides likely in areas of high terrain. Significant rainfall, 5 to 10 inches in the southeastern Bahamas. And we're still going to see heavy rainfall in portions of Hispaniola with 6 to 8 additional inches across southern Haiti, Dominican Republic, with dangerous conditions playing out there. So wrapping up with the key messages, we're just going to focus in on Jamaica right now. This is an extremely dangerous, life-threatening situation. Take cover now. Catastrophic winds with total structural failure likely near the path of Maria's core as the eye wall moves across portions of western Jamaica. Do not go out in the eye as it passes your area. Catastrophic flash flooding, landslides, and destructive winds are expected across the remainder of the island, causing widespread infrastructure damage, communications loss, power loss in isolated communities, and along the southern coast, life-threatening storm surge and damaging waves expected throughout the day. So please stay safe. Pay attention to information you're getting from your local government officials and your local meteorological service, and come back here to the National Hurricane Center at hurricanes.gov for the latest on Melissa. Thanks for joining us. I'm Mike Brennan.
So that was from the National Hurricane Center there. That's the director of the National Hurricane Center, Mike Brennan. So if you want to rewatch that, catch the beginning of it, you could do so at NOAA/NWS National Hurricane Center on YouTube. They just do quick little, typically about 5 to 10 minute briefings there. And that's exactly what that was. So that was the director of the National Hurricane Center doing a quick update on Melissa there. So landfall is not yet occurred. We did see a good northerly shift in the last 2 hours, And because of that, landfall has been delayed another hour or so, and you can see that countdown at the top left reset to 45 more minutes there. So that's just an estimate. I might need to add a couple more minutes onto that, but definitely that northern jog there. If we switch back to here, this is where it is, and if it continued that northeastern trajectory, it would have already made landfall. It would have made landfall already if it kept that northeastern trajectory. But because it didn't, and it took that northern jog, it ended up moving more due north. So not yet landfall. It's beginning making landfall now, yes, but the center right in here, generally, in here, that is what has to hit land for it to officially be landfall. It doesn't count anywhere outside of that. It's got to be the dead center where the lowest minimum pressure is, has to hit land. And considering we're still moving due north here, that probably is going to be close to up in this area up here. Now, we could see a wobble to the east, and it could start speeding up and, be a little bit sooner. But generally somewhere in this area is where landfall is going to be here. Because I do think it will move a little bit more to the northeast as it's making landfall. What a wild hurricane, dude. Look at that. I mean, gracious day. Just a perfect hurricane. Horrible situation for Jamaica. But from a meteorological standpoint, that is a perfect hurricane. I'm going to mute the audio again, just in case I end up playing something. Alright, but yeah, I'm going to go ahead and close out all this stuff here. Alright, there we go. So again, we're looking at landfall here in generally an hour. That northern wobble we saw over the last 2 hours is the delay. That's the reason for the delay in landfall. And we're still looking at a landfall somewhere very close to Black River up through about Petersfield. Somewhere generally, like I said, right in this area. Right in there. So, yeah, again, somewhere from about Black River all the way back up to just south of Petersfield. That is where our exact landfall location will be. Somewhere in there. What a beast of a hurricane, man. Gracious day. See if I can get... I wonder if College DuPage will have the best visible satellite. College DuPage has great visible satellite imagery, but it's still just a little bit too zoomed out. Cyclonic might be the best, because I know you can zoom in on Cyclonic. Yep, that is zoomed in a fair good amount right there. Try to zoom it in a bit better for you. There you go. Hold on, it's not perfect. There. Go to current satellite imagery. So that's what it looks like. Really hard to see the northern turn on here, but it did take a more northern turn there. Still could see those mesovortices wrapping in the middle of the eye, so Still a very, very destructive, violent Category 5 hurricane here. Again, sustained wind speeds officially 185 miles per hour. Let's see here. I'm just looking for any other higher resolution satellite imagery. That's what I'm doing right now. Which, I mean, Radar Omega is good enough. It's good enough, right? You can at least see you can see the eye. That's what matters. You just can't really see those mesovortices too well. But you can see them there in the dead center of the eye. So we're going to pay attention for a wobble off to the northeast because we should start seeing a more northeast trajectory here very, very soon. Because this thing is supposed to be moving northeast. So, I mean, if it just keeps moving north, that will be a change in the path there later down the line for Cuba. Go to the tropical tidbits. High resolution satellite real quick. Load up a loop there to see if it is wiggling just a little bit more off to the east now. Nah, it's really still moving due north. That eye has already begun to shrink. You can see it's already shrinking a little bit on the eastern side there. Oh, I can see a road. There's a road that's now completely clear of the eye wall. So we do have part of the eye is on land now. Not officially landfall. Again, it's got to be the dead center of the eye, but part of the eye wall is going on land now. Or rather, part of the eye itself is going on land. The eye wall is well on land at the moment. I would love to see how it looks from radar to see if it's weakening at all, but typically that eye wall structure can stay for sometimes upwards of like 16 hours. That eye wall structure continues to stay there, but it starts to decay quickest on the southern and southwestern portion of the system. Let's see if maybe Zoom Earth has its radar back. I doubt it, because like I said, radar's down. Oh, it does have it back. Sweet. I'll show that in just a second. So here is this is estimated what radar looks like right now. Estimated what radar looks like. And you can see the smallest little portion starting to get clear there of the eye. Very, very intense eye right there. But the higher resolution radar, that is still can't get access to that site. I actually can't even find the radar for that site anymore. Okay. I found the link, but yeah, the radar is still bugged over there. Look at Hurricane Hunter said. Man, I don't know how to find that. See if there's anybody on Twitter who's posted it. Yep, Proxy added me. The aircraft briefly experienced forces stronger than normal due to turbulence. While this does not automatically indicate damage, standard safety procedures requires an inspection before returning to operations. There you go. Yep, so they had to turn back. That's what it was. I figured it was something. I'm like, there's no way they're just going to leave early for no reason. So it was a very, very good reason. Really good reason. Safety concerns on the potential for damage, but it doesn't. Yeah, they just experienced very strong turbulence. Yep, those planes are built to withstand Category 5 wind speeds, but when you start getting higher up into those Cat 5s, I mean, 185, that's very, very high. Also, something that I do want to point out here, this is very dangerous. Do you see where this is right now? Located according to land. Look at the low pressure right here, right? And switch back over. That's a perfect place for storm surge right there. Because your low pressure is rotating up like this, and it's going up and up and up until eventually it's going to make landfall somewhere probably up there. So this area is going to be getting a lot of storm surge. Like, we could seriously be talking upwards of really upwards of like 20-foot storm surge, because this is right next to that low pressure. So yeah, like Black River, definitely huge issues there for storm surge, including Crawford too. This anywhere in this area, very, very high risk of probably 15-foot storm surge is reasonable, but really could be upwards of 20 with how intense this hurricane is. I mean, 185 mile per hour sustained winds, dude. Like, really. That's going to be able to really throw up a lot of water. So, still looks like we're continuing on that more northern trajectory here. So, if this just, like, doesn't move at all, landfall will be in between Belmont and White House. It will be, like, right here. If it just doesn't wobble anymore. That's where landfall will be. And it will be a little bit later, too. I mean, we'll be pushing towards another hour still. If it doesn't wobble at all, it could still be another full hour. Like another hour, hour and a half. It completely changed trajectory on us. I mean, it's literally still moving due north. If it was moving northeast, it would have made landfall a while ago. Yeah, very long one for Jamaica, and that just continues to be extended by the fact that this thing is slowly making landfall. Slowly making landfall. Apparently, about 35% of customers in Jamaica are without power. So that would put up to about that would be around 1 million people without power in Jamaica right now. I really wish we had a high resolution radar, man. I'm actually just gonna ask Let's see. Oh, not right. There we go. Yeah, a lot more people will be without power. That is gonna grow a lot. Very much true. Yeah, so also those higher elevations up towards these mountains, I do wonder if we could be seeing upwards of like 220 mile per hour wind gusts up there. So we're gonna wait and see exactly when this makes landfall. But we're generally looking between 30 minutes to an hour and 30 minutes. I'm gonna keep that timer where it is at the moment, but I'll likely add a little bit longer to it. Still moving due north. Still moving due north. That is putting some of the worst impacts offshore of Jamaica. Because, like, that northwest eye wall is starting to move a little bit more offshore there. At least the outer eye wall. I think the inner eye wall is still, unfortunately, staying over Jamaica. But, like, this entire portion here, this is all offshore up over here. So, that's really, really good. I don't think it was far enough to west to where the western eye wall didn't hit land. So, yep, just a wait and see ordeal here. I'm gonna go check some cameras, see if there's cameras up at all. See if that one in far western. Nope, still the one in western Jamaica is completely down. The one in eastern Jamaica's, most of those are still up. Yeah, it's not that bad in Kingston at all right now. It's just some moderate rain and very, very gusty winds. So it looks like the capital here of Jamaica avoided the worst by quite a bit. Where the heck did this image come from? You know what? I didn't think about that. Hold on. I can look at Recon. Recon has radar. Duh. It's going to be old data, but at least it will be higher resolution data. Let's see. Yeah, this is from 1420Z, which was an hour ago. This is what Recon got. Very, 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 very compact inner core. My goodness. Very compact inner core. Really compact there. And then this was the wind speeds they got as well. That white you see, that is 156 plus knots. Actually, 155, up to 155 knots. And that white right in there. That's observed from the Recon. We can go a little bit lower. So this is near surface wind speeds, 174.6 knots. Near surface wind speeds right here. You can see they didn't get the complete data of it, but still, you get the idea. Very, very intense wind speeds. Crazy how Recon gets that data, dude. That's awesome. Let's see here. Oh. There's Josh, another update. Frightening, power, whiteout, roofs tearing off, gusts like bombs going off, painful ears. Praise the Lord for solid concrete. Yeah, concrete. That's really, you got to be in concrete, a concrete basement, or just a really well-built concrete structure. Pressure where he is 962 millibar. Gracious day. No wonder why his ears are very painful. Imagine if it was actually in the eye, the center eye at the moment. He's in the northeast eye right now. So like in the eye, my word. Your ears will probably start to bleed if you get into the dead center eye. Man. Yeah, 962 is where he is. That's the millibar he got in the northeast eye up here. 962 where he is near Cambridge. I think he's in Crawford. So he just got through. He's probably just finished the worst wind speeds. That's observed from obviously the surface because that's where he is, where he's at. And a 962 millibar, very far at the surface, not even in the center. Like I said, he's still in the northeast eye. That's wild. My ears start to hurt when the pressure drops near 1,000, so I couldn't imagine 962 or anything even close to less than that. I do not have any idea about rainfall totals, unfortunately. No. I do not know. Is 190 still possible? Nah. We don't have recon, so they're not going to upgrade it. We might get an hourly update at 12. I'm not sure. The NHC didn't mention it. At least from what I read, I didn't see them mention an hourly update. And plus, it's very close to landfall, so if anything, it's maintaining, maybe even beginning to weaken at this point. Oh, hold on, let me do this real quick. There we go. Yeah, so our our other recon, the one that is heading back to Florida because of the issues after going through the storm, that's the one that did not have radar. It was the one that came from the Cayman Islands that had radar with it. Still crazy recon data, historic recon data. I wish they could have stayed longer, but you don't want to be risking safety, especially if you think there's damage to the aircraft. Yeah, you definitely want to be going back ASAP. And they got a 2-hour flight, so hopefully they make it without any other issues. Now it's closer to an hour flight, though. Still looks like a perfect hurricane. No signs of substantial weakening yet. That won't occur until probably it gets towards the far northwest side of Jamaica. Very late today. It will probably keep this really good, easily symmetrical look to it all the way up till up here. So that low pressure's got a while before it starts to break down at all. All right, I'm probably going to add another 30 minutes to that landfall timer. Let's see here. So there's the center, right about there. We are about 11 miles away. And I think the NHC, I didn't even check if they changed the motion of it. 9 miles per hour north-northeast. Yeah, I don't think I updated that on the text at the bottom. Yeah, it's 9 miles per hour to the north-northeast now. So I'm going to pause that, and I'm going to add all the way up till 50 minutes. That should be very close to landfall. That should be extremely close to landfall. Man, I hate how it's taking longer to make landfall because that means it's able to sustain its maximum intensity for longer. If it made landfall earlier, then, you know, it would be weakening already by now, right? But because it's not making landfall, it's still just persistently staying at 180, 185 mile per hour sustained winds just the entire time. Check on that camera again to see if it's... Well, it's still standing, so... The camera's moved. I don't think that's on purpose. But the camera did move. Just in case you guys didn't see the link before, I'll put it in chat. Audio warning, so turn it down before you click on that link. But that's the main camera most of us have been watching. Gracious day. Those wind gusts are really, really bad. Like the sustained winds are very loud, but then when a gust comes in, like it's just you can't even hear. You can't even hear when a gust comes in. So this is it's at Treasure Beach, which should be, I mean, that's got to be getting close to to landfall, or is this area just going to stay in the eyewall the whole time? Oh, okay. Yeah, so they literally just stayed in the eyewall the whole time. Wow. So this place got absolutely pounded then. Because they've just been in the eyewall the entire time for like literally 3 hours. Let's see here. Yeah, so like the eyewall first hit them probably at about 9:30. So yeah, 2 hours. About 2 hours, 15 or so minutes they've been inside that eyewall. Yep. He made it for landfall. Good morning. We've been live for almost 5 hours now. Landfall looks to be in about that timer should be accurate now. We've reset it. It's been going for about like 4 hours now. We've reset it twice. I started it at like 2.5 hours. It got down to almost 0. I added an entire hour. It got down to like 15 minutes, and then I added another 30 minutes. So it's actually been like a 4-hour timer. Up there at the far top left portion of the screen. Sustained winds are 185 millibar. It's tied for the first strongest storm to ever make landfall in the Atlantic. So it's tied for number 1 for the strongest storm ever to make landfall anywhere in the Atlantic. It's tied with a Labor Day hurricane in 1935 exactly 90 years ago. And the wind gusts are closer towards like the shoreline, the coastline, I should say. Wind gusts are probably about 200 miles per hour. And higher elevations could have wind gusts upwards of like 260. But most areas are going to end up with those wind gusts maxed out at about 200 miles per hour. Let me see here. I don't know if they give an exact gust number. I didn't see an exact gust number on their advisory. By the way, we're still looking at an additional 30 inches of rain over central Jamaica. Because you still got the entire southern side of the system to go. Well, hold on. When was that last updated? Let me see when that was updated. This morning. It was updated at 8 a.m. this morning. So from 8 a.m. all the way through the rest of the day, 30 inches of rainfall. 218 was in the discussion. Let's see. Oh, I think we lost that camera. Oh, nope, it's back. It came back. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't see it, but that discussion's big. I do know we had an observed wind gust at like 198 or so. Let's see. How much further north is this thing going? It feels like it's been turning north for a while. It might even have turned a little bit northwest. Look at this. I'm trying to see exactly how much it's turned here. So you can see northeast, 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 north, north, north. And now it might be turning just a little bit northwest here. What a crazy, crazy system, dude. That eye wall is already starting, the eye in the eye wall is already starting to shrink a bit there. Hold on a minute, y'all. All right, so can I do this? So this is the overlay from Zoom Earth. This is actually what the radar did look like 20 minutes ago. So if I switch to this is an estimate. You can see how it moves weirdly because that's an estimate. But there's actually the live version there, and that shows you generally what it looks like. So you can see the heaviest rain. It still hasn't even hit the far eastern side over here. It's mainly impacting right up near Cambridge, where that chaser is, where Josh is. And then you can see also the very heavy rain over Jamaica too. Look at that. I mean, gracious day, y'all. We could go. Look, I'm still going back. This is 8 a.m. yesterday morning, and that's when some more moderate rainfall arrived. And then all day yesterday it was moderate to heavy rainfall, and then now all day today too. Oh my word! I mean, that's just wild. That's just insane. Yes, a storm chaser is in. He's in the eye. See if he gave another update yet. My word. Oh, that camera's going out again. I need to close some tabs. My computer's gonna explode. I gotta try to limit some of the tabs here. Also, I do think we're gonna see a couple tornadoes later today. Maybe even an isolated strong one across Louisiana. I think the SPC will be upgrading to a 5% later on today. So just real quick, just want to show you that. Looks like we could see a couple tornadoes beginning about 2 p.m. And then, I mean, it lasts all the way until about 9 p.m. Eastern. So peak will be probably just after supper, just after dinner time, just after about 4 or 5 p.m. There's not a lot of lower level wind shear, so the best chance for a strong tornado would be closer to 6 or 7 p.m. right about when the sun starts to set. I'll keep an eye on it, but I probably won't be covering it because I'll either be on... I'll probably be off of this stream. Probably be trying to recover. We're trying to recover from a long stream. This is the simulated wind gusts, but obviously it's not even close to as high as they actually are. I can tell you 100-mile-an-hour wind gust is substantially too low. But that gives you a good idea of how big the wind gust field will be later on. So that's sustained wind speeds there, and that's wind gusts. Remember, they're going to be substantially higher than that. So we'll get another update from this radar very soon. Let's see. All right, so yeah, it looks like we're getting well on shore here. So landfall is getting very, very close because this is still moving due north. It's gonna probably barely miss this area for landfall, so I'm thinking landfall will be like right up in here if it keeps going due north like that. Nope, it just figured itself out, Legacy. I think it might have been something with Streamlabs. I prepared a backup just in case it didn't work when I started the Streamlabs stream this morning, but I didn't have to use the backup. I didn't change anything. I did so much yesterday. I updated my drivers. I reinstalled my drivers, reinstalled updates, installed new updates, changed with the bitrate settings, changed resolution settings in Streamlabs. Nothing helped. Turned off my computer like 4 times and then pressed the restart button instead of shutdown another time, and none of it worked. Oh, there was issues with Streamlabs last night? Really should switch to OBS. I haven't heard of OBS Studios having any issues, and I've used that for my gaming streams and it runs fine. Yeah, there was, actually. There was a steady 80 or so people reporting issues yesterday, at least on this site, and now there's 0. It did work for OBS. On the gaming stream, I did it privately. On the gaming channel. There's your new radar update. So this radar is it's 17 minutes old, so it's always going to be old data, but at least it's radar data. So that's where it was 17 minutes ago, so it's probably closer to like up here now. And you can see it's definitely taking a more northern turn, maybe even a little northwestward. But if we go all the way back, you could see that eye clearly turned to the north. Pretty much right when I started our stream earlier this morning. So when I started right here, northeast, 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 north, 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 and maybe even moving a bit more northwest now. Also, I could tell you this this is using the actual radar site because it's higher resolution. See when it does that, floaty thing like that, that means it's not actual radar data. This is real radar data here from a long time ago. When it does that weird ghost floaty thing right there, that's not real radar data. And then it changes to real radar data again. Look at that eye wall, dude. So compact. Gracious day. Very, very compact eye wall. Let's see here. See if I can... There we go. I just turned off those warnings, so now you can see it easily. That's the radar as of now 19 minutes ago, so we should get another update from this radar here in a few minutes. But there you go. Very, very intense rainfall. And look at Kingston. Kingston really avoided it. Really avoided Kingston there. But unfortunately, that western eye wall it's still going to be moving onshore. I was really hoping that would be offshore, like over here, to where when, you know, part of it would be onshore, unfortunately, but part of it wouldn't be. Is there a chance it's Cat 5 after leaving Jamaica? Immediately after leaving Jamaica, yes. Like, there's a chance it comes off the coastline of Jamaica at a low in Cat 4. Chance it, or low in Cat 5, rather. Chance it re-intensifies to Cat 5 anywhere in here, very, very low. So, like, there's a slim chance that it will still be Category 5 leaving Jamaica, but it will keep on weakening. It's going to weaken all the way down to, like, 125, 130 mile per hour, and then make landfall in Cuba as a Category 4, most likely. We'll have to see how fast that weakening happens, because it's such a compact core that it's going to stay together for a while, but once that compact core is disrupted, it's going to be a while before it can really steadily stay. So we'll wait and see. But that's going to be overnight tonight into tomorrow morning. It will probably be Category 4. I'd say it's probably going to be pretty late, honestly. Like, really, like, it gets off of Jamaica at, like, 8 p.m. Or, no, my bad. Like, 5 p.m. So, there's a chance we'll see the 5 p.m. advisory. It may be a low-end Cat 5 at the 5 p.m. advisory. Eastern time. That's 4 p.m. local, 4 p.m. central. Because in order for it to be a low-end Cat 5, it has to lose 25 miles per hour. Which is crazy. It's not barely a Cat 5. It is well into Category 5 status. Yep, Jamaica has the same time as you. Yep. I do wonder if, like, this darker core down here, if that's the low pressure or if it is, like, dead center. That might be more of where the low pressure is, a little bit lopsided to the south. Yeah, because you could see these clouds are moving northwest. See that? See how they're moving northwest like that? So that means the core is in between. It's in between these two. These ones are moving southwest. These ones are moving northeast. And they're wrapping around like this. So that means the low pressure is right here. And on the newest frame, the low pressure is up here. So let's see where that is. Let's go back to infrared. Right there. That's where the low is. That's where the low pressure is. That's the exact, like, almost pinpoint low pressure. Oh, we got a noon update. I don't think anything changed. Yep, still the same millibars, same wind speeds. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Do not leave your shelter as the eye passes over, as winds will still quickly and rapidly increase on the other side of the eye. Residents should remain in place through the passage of this life-threatening conditions. To protect yourself from the wind, make sure you have multiple walls between you and the outside world as possible. And also wear a helmet. Be in an interior room without windows, ideally where you can avoid falling trees. You can also cover yourself with a mattress and wear a helmet for extra protection. The next update will be provided at 1 p.m. or as needed for landfall. This thing's definitely taken longer for landfall than most were accounting for. I don't think many people were anticipating a landfall this late. Man, I could have slept in. I could have slept in and just came on late. Legacy, how long do you have to go for? If it's more than an hour, you'll probably miss landfall. Yeah, because it's still moving at 9 miles per hour, so landfall still should be in a very close to an hour. I'm going to add just a little bit more time to this. That should be extremely close to landfall. 4 hours? Okay, no. No. You're looking at an hour at most. So that time at the top left should be extremely close to landfall. Like, I'll probably take that timer off when that ends, because we'll be pretty much at landfall. Yeah, I don't think I'll still be live at 4:15. I doubt I'll be live that long. The biggest thing is covering the peak of the storm and the landfall of the storm. And it's peaking still right now. It's maintaining its peak intensity. TRG delay the landfall. Yeah. I wish I could just hit this button and that would actually delay it. If that was the case, I'd forever just be clicking the landfall button and adding 1 minute. Adding 1 minute to it forever. Yeah, it will be very close to... It'll probably just barely have made landfall at 1 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Central. Yes, I did see that, Spencer. Thank you. I did see Recon had to turn back because of that turbulence. So, yeah, we're going to continue to keep a very, very close eye on exactly where that center is. But now much of the northern and northeastern eye is making landfall. So, again, it's got to be that central pressure, though. So, landfall won't probably be for about another 30 minutes. That's an estimate there. That's not the live radar. We got to do this, and we got to do this, this, radar. There you go. That's what radar looks like right now. Or not now, 17 minutes ago. You can see, look at the northeast eye wall falling apart now. It's starting to fall apart because of land interaction. But still, like, this part of the eye wall will move into that and replace it, and then it will still be maintaining that strength for a while. There won't be substantial weakening until an hour after landfall. So we're not going to see much weakening until probably the 2 a.m. advisory here in 3 hours Eastern time. That will probably have some drop in wind speeds, but I doubt it will be below Cat 5. Trying to see if Lucky's alive. I think he's still asleep. This dude. There we go. Alrighty, so again, there's visible satellite imagery. Just kind of loop it back a little bit just to see where that low is. And we're watching for where the change in direction is. So you can see here, this is the newest last 2 frames. You could see how this is moving up and over like this. And then you could see how this is moving up and over like this. So that means your low pressure is still like right in here. And then you can easily tell that these further bands, these are obviously rotating like that and obviously rotating like that. So your low pressure is somewhere in there. And again, that's still... I mean, if we go off the exact low, that's still like an hour and 10 away. But I don't know if the NHC is going to go off of this low pressure down in here where it looks like it is from satellite, or if they're just going to base it off of the dead center of the eye. One or the other. We'll have to see. Let's see here. Can't believe there's still people out in the eye wall. Like, I get chasers, but there's actually, like, just people. Just ordinary public people out there who are just walking around the eye wall. Man. Alright, see you later, Legacy. See you maybe during your lunch break, or if not, then, I don't know if I'll be live tomorrow. Where will this be tomorrow, like, afternoon? It'll be approaching the Bahamas. I might go live for the Bahamas. Yeah, I might be live tomorrow near, like, 4. Yeah, I may go live for the Bahamas tomorrow about 4 Eastern. I don't think I'll go live for Cuba, unfortunately, unless this substantially speeds up, which is highly unlikely. Because that's 2 p.m., so that's 8, that's 11. We'll see. If it speeds up, I'll go live tonight. Again. So, yeah, I'll be around there. I'll plan for a live stream tomorrow at like 3 Eastern. We'll plan for a live stream. And then possibly a live stream tonight. I really would love for Lucky to come on and talk, even if it's just for like an hour. Like tonight. I wanted to do that yesterday, but my stream was like, nope. No stream for you. Very close to landfall. We are close. Again, it just depends exactly where they call that low pressure at. Somewhere in here. But we are very, very, very close to landfall. They could call it in the next 30 minutes. They probably will. I don't think they'll call it in the next 10 minutes, but sometime between like 12:30 Eastern. Should be between 12:30 and 1 p.m. Eastern. And 12:30 Eastern is 16 minutes. So that timer should be very, very close. It should be very close to when landfall will be. I got a video of storm surge here. Very, very significant storm surge. That's from Alligator Pond. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that area would be, that's where some of the worst storm surge would be. The absolute worst storm surge would probably be a couple miles off to the west near Black River, but that's still where very bad storm surge would be. I can't really give an estimate there because I don't know the area at all, so I have no idea how it's supposed to look before storm surge. Basing it off of the location where this video is from, out here in Alligator Pond, based on where the low pressure is orientated to that, I'd say it's probably close to 9 to 12 feet. Yeah, I'd say close to 9 to 12 feet there. Oh, here's another one from Pez. Pez just sent this in. I just accidentally opened GR2 analysis. Not going to be useful for Jamaica, unfortunately. I wonder, that's Black River? Yeah, that's where the worst impacts. That's where the worst impacts are. I mean, that's already very significant damage. So a lot of damage videos coming in there. I'm seeing more and more on my feed here. See if Josh gave an update. I haven't heard from him in 45 minutes. He's probably not able to give an update at the moment, I'd have to imagine. Newest radar update 17 minutes ago. It's better than nothing, so I'm not complaining much. Better than the other resolution we were using. You could see still very, very well-defined eye wall here. And then there's your main eye right there. And your low pressure, according to what I've seen, is a little bit lopsided to the south. So that, where that L icon is, that's what needs to hit land for it to be declared as a landfall. $982. No, $992. Wait, is not 9, $892. $892 millibar. I'm trying to text Lucky the update from NHC. Let's see. Yeah, so again, we're just waiting for landfall here. Again, we will be live past landfall too. We're not going to end right at landfall. We'll be live past landfall for another few hours. So yeah, but we are getting really, really close to landfall now. About half of this northeast eye wall is on land here. So you separate it into 4 quadrants. And you could see about half of that northeast eye wall is on land. If not, yeah, very close to half. Very close to half of that northeast quadrant is on land now. And again, that low pressure is a little bit more south, which is why I divide it like this. So it wouldn't be even because the low pressure is right about in the center there, maybe a little bit south of where that kind of intersection is there between the two lines. So yeah, I'd say about half of the northeast eye wall now is on land, and partially some of the northwest eye wall on land. Still, just a wild hurricane still. I'm very, very curious about Kingston. Because it doesn't look like Kingston's getting the worst impacts, but still, I mean, they're still in the highest, the coldest cloud top, some of the coldest cloud tops there. Yeah, it's been going due north for a while now. I wouldn't say it's moving northwest, but considering like it took a northwest turn in the sense that it was moving northeast and then it turned northwest to go due north. So yeah, it took a northwest turn, but it's not moving northwest. What do you say about Sam? Slim chance this can intensify to 190, 888. Nah. Yeah, it'll probably be unchanged. Why does convection with a hurricane not produce lightning? Well, this one's very intense, so it is. But typically it's not as common because there's no big clash between warm and cold weather. So you don't get a big clash for thunderstorm activity and, no rapid intensification of a bunch of thunderstorms. So it's less common in hurricanes. But the area where it's most common is if you have a very big sinking hurricane in terms of the low pressure. So with this hurricane, the reason why the lightning's been so crazy is because our low pressure in the middle, the eye, has been so dry. So that's a lot of sinking air. That's causing a lot of sinking air. And then when it spreads out, it causes substantial rising air. And those two are kind of clashing together right where the intense thunderstorms are, right around that eye wall. So you have the low pressure here, which is substantial sinking air, and then that creates rising air around the eye wall right in here. And so that eye wall has a bunch of lightning with it because that dry eye is creating so much sinking. But typically you don't have a dry eye like this, not this dry. This has been historically dry by it's destroyed second place in terms of a dry eye. It has demolished it. So this is probably going to be one of the most electric hurricanes ever, considering how much lightning strikes we have seen. Also considering how dry that eye's been. We're down to 75 lightning strikes here, and as you'll see in just a second, I'll pull it up for you. Look here. I gotta do it a little bit more sideways. I gotta zoom this in perfectly to where it's not weirdly lopsided. There you go. weathernerds.org here. Look at all the lightning. It's focused on the southwest side, right in here. So that's probably where the eye is still dry. And if we look at water vapor, you could see the driest side of the eye is still on that southwest side, right down in here. You're still dry on the northeast quadrant. Another reason for the lack of lightning up there is probably a big reason for that is probably the fact it's interacting with land. But we're still up to 75 lightning strikes in the last 10 minutes. But I mean, if we go before landfall or before the eye wall got on land, 234 lightning strikes in 10 minutes. Get off the way. There you go. 234 lightning strikes in 10 minutes. I mean, we were consistently over 100 for a while there. 200 right there. I mean, we were really staying consistently above 100 ever since like 8 a.m. But now that's starting to really go down as it's having a land interaction. Significant land interaction. It literally, yeah, it broke its own record like literally 5-6 times for the driest eye. We are really close to landfall. Like, very, very close. Within the next 30 minutes. Within the next 30 minutes. That timer's at 16 minutes, so that's right dead center of our time frame. Really, the NHC could declare it, really. I don't think they'll do it now, but it's getting very close. At least, I feel like they're at least going to wait until that middle gets on shore, right in here. At least till that X gets on shore, but they could wait all the way until this gets on shore. And it's moving up to the north, slightly, just tiniest east motion to it, mainly due north. Waiting to see if we get a radar update here. No radar update in a little bit. We will get another hourly NHC update here at 1 p.m. There we go. Also, if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. We're only 3 likes away from 100 likes. It's greatly appreciated. The landfall is considered when the entire eye is on land. The low pressure. The center, typically the center of the eye. So in this case, I kind of think our low pressure is a little lopsided to the south down here. But it's when typically when the middle of the eye gets on land. Which I can't draw perfectly here. But it's like somewhere right in the middle, right in there. We could try to do an estimate here. 17 miles that way from... Oop, we want to go from green to green. 17 miles. 17.3 miles. So, yeah, it's about... Let's see. Should be right about there. Right where that orange dot is. That should be the center. Very close to that orange dot. So, when that moves onshore... Which it's very, very, very close. But the thing is, I don't know when the NHC is going to declare it. They could declare it early, or they could wait until the dead center gets on land, or they could wait until the southern portion gets on land where I think the dead center low pressure is located. Because again, if we go to visible, you can see further south here. It's not as visible right now, but you can kind of see where those clouds are moving. We back up, follow those clouds and how they're rotating up like this. And so that means the low pressure is closer down in here as opposed to like up on the northern side or anything up here. So the earliest they could declare it is when that center moves in, which still won't be for about another 15 minutes, maybe a tiny bit more. Yeah, still getting a bunch of videos now of storm surge and starting to see some damage already. Damage reports coming in, which is not good. It's not good because that means people are out there taking photos and videos of the damage instead of seeking shelter. Let's see here. Also, something that is really good to note is the eye is not going over many mountains here. So a lot of the mountainous terrain of Jamaica is very much focused on the eastern side, the central and eastern side. This is where a lot of your mountains are. The far eastern side is very, very tall mountains. So right in there is where a lot of your mountains are. The very tallest mountains are right up in here. And the western side has not even close to as many mountains. There's still, you can see there's still going to be some mountainous terrain up here. But the reason why I point this out is because we are far west in Jamaica. Like, we are really, really far west in Jamaica here. So that could lead to, and that is going to lead to a lot less of a weakening period here for Melissa. So that's what we want to keep an eye on. The further west it goes, the less it's probably going to weaken. Thank you, Lucas, for the about $20 donation again. Thank you for all the learning I had in the past days. Excellent work. Never followed a hurricane like that. Only news, but these are absolute absurd cinema. God bless you. Well, thank you so much for the donation. I really, really appreciate it, and glad you're learning at least something. I've learned something too. You learn something very often, and whether there's a lot to learn. There's a lot to learn. A few things I learned is like how to read drop songs a little bit better. I can read those a bit better. I can also read recon a little bit better as well. And what else with recon? What was it? Oh yeah, the drop songs. Yeah, that. There's a few other little things that I've already forgotten that I've learned. We did just get an upgrade from the Storm Prediction Center to slight risk today, so that's probably driven by a 5% tornado risk and a 15% wind, if I had to guess. %5 hail, 5% wind, so it is fully driven by tornadoes. Yeah, so likelihood of a few tornadoes on the border of Louisiana and Texas later today. Probably won't be live for that. I may be live late tonight, but I probably won't be live for the severe weather side of things because that's a lot. That is a lot. Trying to cover a hurricane and a 5% tour. My first following, and I got a Cat 5 breaking records. Insane. Yep. This is a ridiculous hurricane to pick for your first main tracking. The first one I can remember is Dorian. That's the first hurricane I can remember really tracking. And I remember tracking that from TV with my local meteorologist. I wasn't big, like really big on weather then. Yep, so the estimated landfall is in 7 minutes here. That's the estimated landfall. I'm going to let that timer run out because I don't think... I mean, I could keep adding like a minute every now and then until landfall officially occurs, but like we are very close. We are very, very close. That center right in here is the dead center of the eye. And that's just got a little bit longer to go. I mean, it's only got like maybe the dead center has about 4 miles, so that shouldn't take but about 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes. So that timer's got to be very, very close to when landfall will be. But it's up to the National Hurricane Center to declare when landfall is. There we go. First one I tracked was Milton because of the forecast tornadoes with it. Yep. That was last year. I was on vacation. I did like a quick hour and a half stream from my laptop with very sketchy Wi-Fi. That's still up, a very sketchy, low quality live stream of Milton. I mean, we are, yeah. It could be declared at any minute, really. They could declare landfall at any minute because the eye is getting well on shore. They could really declare it at any given minute. See if there's anything new over here. We did get another radar update. I'll show that in just a second here. All right, here's that radar update. I'm going to just refresh it just in case we got another one. Nope. This was as of quite long ago. This was 26 minutes, so it's gotten pretty old there. You can see the northern and northeastern eye wall is definitely beginning to decay quite a bit. I don't know what that just updated to. That thing just teleported. Bugged. Oh, something went wrong with the radar. The radar beam might have hit like a mountain or something. You could see, because you could still see it's picking up on the precipitation in the high upper levels over here, and then it's having a bunch of interference over here. So that's a bad radar scan. So it'll be probably about almost 15 more minutes before we get a new scan for that. I'm gonna get my last bottle of water. This is my last bottle of water here. I brought 3. And I've gone completely through 2, which is a little bit below average for me. I'm supposed to be drinking about 1 every 2 hours. So, yep, 15 minutes for 1 scan. See, that's why I try my best not to complain too much about the US radars. 15 minutes for 1 scan, and the scans are almost always 15 to 20 minutes behind. So if you're waiting for a scan at 12:45, if you want a 12:45 scan, it's going to be probably about 1:05 before you get a scan for 12:45. So, very delayed scans. Like the scan we got there was from 18 minutes ago. Yes, I saw that 5% tour. I think we could see a few spin up tornadoes, and there is a chance we get a strong tornado. But the big question on a strong tornado is if we can get a discrete storm in front of the messier storms. Like the HRRR does show a strong tornado threat verifying. You could see all the spin up tornado potential around it, and then one discrete supercell plants itself there in western Louisiana, and that would be a big time strong tornado threat. Very classic supercell right there. But all that has to do is grow more upscale or lapse rates not get high enough, and then boom, the day falls apart. So it's a very fragile day. I saw that. I called it out literally an hour ago. It's a very fragile day for a strong tornado threat. But the environment is pretty good. Limiting factor before 7 p.m. Eastern is lower level wind shear. It's not going to be that high. And then messy mode is probably the biggest issue. Dew points and temps are perfect. I mean, you're almost at a perfect spread, like near 0. Did I watch the Interland Tornado live? Yep. We were live for 8 hours for that. Yep, we tracked it live. I remember my jaw dropped. Literally, my jaw dropped when I saw the scan for it. Because it was like 220 mile per hour gate to gate wind shear. Or gate to gate velocity. Some people actually do call it gate to gate shear. Gate to gate velocity, though, it was like 220. It's crazy. We did cover that live. We were live for 8 hours. We started coverage when it was in eastern Montana, and we didn't end until the derecho got to western Minnesota. So we covered the derecho through the entire state of North Dakota. Could have gone longer, but it was like 3 a.m. So I wanted to go to bed. I was covering till like 3 a.m. that night. Little did I know I was actually covering the first EF5 in Gracious Day. 12 years? Thinking. 12 years and a couple months. That's estimated landfall. I don't think landfall is declared from the National Hurricane Center. So that's just the estimated time of landfall there. Like the low pressure is somewhere in here. So it's just up to the NHC whenever that is. I can keep adding minutes to that until they declare it, but should I add more minutes or should we let it run out? I'm going to pause it right at 1. I'm going to pause it right at 1. Stopped. It's got to be declared by the NHC before it hits 0. I guess I'll add a couple more minutes so I can keep letting it count down. I might have added too many. I should have only done 1 minute at a time because they could declare it at any minute. That wasn't too smart. Wait, let's just refresh it. I guess I can't. I'm going to stop messing with it so that way we don't have to wait even longer. 10 minutes. Let's see. Yeah, I'm pretty impressed with the setup over Louisiana today. I do think we could get a strong tornado or two, depending on if we can get supercells that are more discreet. But knowing how tornado threats play out, probably gonna end up being a messy mode, and then that will ruin much of the tornado potential. Thank you, Chloe, for the $10 sticker. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Glad to see you in here. Probably the second worst place it could have made landfall. Yep. The worst would have been like almost over, maybe a little west of Kingston for that storm surge. I think the worst spot would have been probably over Kingston. Second worst would have been west of Kingston. There's a few bad spots though, because like if it made landfall here, bad storm surge here, bad storm surge here. It's over 1.1 million people. Here, where it's near where it's making landfall. We go back to satellite. I mean, that's very close to where it's making landfall, right along White House. So we were very, very close. Yesterday, I called out west of Black River, and it was pretty far west of Black River there. Yep, more damage. I don't really like how we're seeing damage videos because that means people are out there filming and taking photos and then uploading them. They're putting their lives at risk for filming it. But in that case, it looks like it's literally, and that might be like part of their warehouse or something that just collapsed right in front of them. Very, very dangerous to be filming during a well into Category 5 status hurricane. I mean, seriously, it can be... Oh, it turned northeast. It turned northeast. Look. It's so difficult to see, but it's moving northeast now. It turned northeast. I'm going to see if I can see that on Tropical Tidbits a bit better. It might just be the eye wall collapsing. But there is a slight eastward motion now. It might just be the fact that the eye is getting smaller, so it looks like it's turning a bit. Yeah, I think landfall's now. I don't think they're going to wait 6 minutes to declare it. I'm going to get my satellite imagery up so that way I can get ready to tweet that it's made landfall. Category 5 Hurricane Melissa. Get it all ready. That way I can send it out almost instantly. $890. Let's see. What is it? 892? Yeah. I mean, we're seconds from landfall, really. Here we go. But I gotta wait to send that out because I have to see the NHC's update. Because who knows, maybe they'll increase the millibar by 1 or something. And then it's not tied. But if they keep the millibar the same, it's tied. It'll be tied with exactly tied. Same millibar and wind speeds as the Labor Day hurricane. I don't know if I could change the timer, so I'm not even pausing it because I don't want to reset it. I don't want to end up resetting it. And then it goes back to 10 minutes. Yeah, landfall is not officially declared yet, but it's very close to. Here, I can do a timer here. Timer countdown. Yeah, the lowest it does, I think, is 5. I can't change it any... Oh, wait, I could just literally edit it, can't I? Yeah, I can literally just edit it. Well, it hasn't been declared just yet, so I'm not going to change it to 1 second until it's declared, but... I mean, yeah, that's really landfall. I mean, it is on the edge, if not has made landfall. It's so close. Very, very, very close. So we're just waiting on the NHC to say it. I'm refreshing both and waiting for it. Waiting. I'm waiting. Let's see. That's at 1 minute. It's at 1 minute right there. I got to get the... Hold on. I didn't even get satellite on. Satellite. Newest frame. Load. There we go. They got to declare it any second, right? I thought 10 minutes was going to be too much, but there you go. 30 seconds. It's crazy that we've been talking about this storm for so long and we still have so much longer to go. Well, thankfully, it won't be strengthening from here on out, so that's the good thing. That's the good thing. That actually jump scared me. It did restart. I let it end. Let me change it back down to 1. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. I forgot those things ring, so that literally jump scared me. Pause. That's like a millisecond left. Imagine they declared it right there and I just haven't got the notification for it. And I somehow... Okay, nope. Yep, there... I mean, it's... You could see it's moved northeast now. It did move northeast into... Right on into Jamaica there. Our other radar went down. Now both of the radars on Zoom Earth are down. I don't know why there's 2 different radar products on Zoom Earth, but there is. And both went down now. The last update we had was hold on, just make sure it hasn't made landfall whilst I'm trying to check this. $11:55 was the last radar update we got. They're going to declare it in 5 minutes. That's what they'll do. They're going to wait till the update. Till the 11 a.m. update, which is literally any second. I have a link to it, yeah. I drank too much water. I gotta go to the bathroom again. I'm waiting for landfall, man. I'm waiting. It's good. I gotta go stretch anyways, too. I try to stretch about every 3 hours. I would like to do it sooner, but time goes by so fast. Oh, is that it? I got a notification. Imagine it's just Pez adding me. Nope, not it. Come on, dude. So close still. Yeah, so I think I said they're waiting for the 1 p.m. advisory. There's no technically that's the hourly update. Obviously, that's what they're waiting for. But yeah, the next intermediate advisory is 2 p.m. That's the intermediate advisory there. So, still waiting on the NHC. How's it offshore? And this is still incredible. It's because it was so intense. It doesn't really start weakening until it moves onshore. So now the weakening starts. The 2 p.m. advisory I'd expect to be about 10 miles per hour weaker than whatever we're about to be given here in any minute. Still says 12 p.m. for me, so no advisory yet. Just waiting on that landfall advisory. That's what's gonna officially put it in the record books. There is tied for the strongest hurricane to make landfall anywhere in the Atlantic Basin. So the timer at the top is paused because we are seconds away from landfall, and I don't want to restart it and then it end up being too far. So it's paused at 1 second. Not even a second. It's paused at milliseconds. Yeah, you can tell it's already starting to weaken because the eye's been shrinking for a while now. And now it's less symmetrical, so it's really, really weakening. Like I said, it will weaken probably about 10 miles every hour. 10 miles per hour every hour, and it will be on land for probably 2 to 3 hours. Well, how far? Nah, it will be on land for, yeah, about 3 hours it will be on land. If it moves more northeast, though, like if it just moves due northeast, 3 to 4 hours. So it should lose. It's at 185. I'd expect it to be towards like 160 as it moves off of shore or off of Jamaica, northern Jamaica. That's a really good question. Do you think an eye will form again before it hits Cuba? I don't know about that. That's a really, really good question. I haven't really looked into that at all. I do not know. I know we're getting new model data in right now, so that's really good. See if they have an eye coming back. They do have an eye coming back. Our models have an eye coming back, some of them. So it may be able to come back. And if that does happen, we could see some very small strengthening. What are they waiting for? 1 p.m. on the dot? Send out the advisory at exactly 1 or something? So still no official landfall, but that's landfall. That's landfall right there. Clearly the center is over land, so that is landfall. I mean, you're over land. Even if you draw it a little bit more east, you're still right over land. And the low pressure is a general area, so like your low pressure is generally in here. So like a half your low may be on land, the other half may not be on land. So you could still declare it as landfall though. So we'll wait until that NHC update comes out. Should be any minute. Their advisory's late now, actually. They said an advisory would be out at 1, and it's 1:01. Very rare to see the NHC late. Typically, that's the Storm Prediction Center. Storm Prediction Center's typically late. They're normally 10 minutes, anywhere between 10 minutes early to 20 minutes late. The NHC is normally anywhere between 30 minutes early to right on time. Pretty rare to see them late like this. It's because they're waiting for landfall. They're probably getting it all typed up now, I'd have to imagine. I see some people saying it's made landfall, but, we gotta wait till it's official. Can't declare it as landfall until the NHC says so. It's still nothing. Oh! There it is! There it is! It's official. Official landfall, 892, 185. It is official landfall now. Gotta get the tweet out. Landfall has... Gotta change that to 0, so there you go. Yeah, so they haven't even done the tweet yet. 1 p.m. Eastern. They were waiting for 1 p.m. on the nose. There you go. Landfall. Let me see if the... Nope, still no NHC notification right there, so I'm glad I checked again. Melissa has made landfall in southwestern Jamaica near New Hope with estimated sustained winds of 185 miles per hour and a central minimum pressure of 892. Category 5 Hurricane Melissa, one of the most powerful hurricane landfalls on record in the Atlantic Basin. Next advisory will be given at 2 p.m. There you go. Now I can go ahead and switch this. Go ahead and delete that. And we can delete that. Boom. Let me move that satellite up there, up more. Look how far south the satellite is. That's how far we've been tracking it, how long we've been tracking it today. That satellite was almost in the center, and it was way too far to the south there. So there's landfall. Landfall as one of the strongest hurricanes ever to impact any area in the northern Atlantic. Tied with the Labor Day hurricane back in 1935. And there's the NHC notification 4 minutes after landfall was declared. All right, now that we have landfall, I'm going to go stretch because I really have to. So I will be right back and then we'll continue coverage. Give me just 1 minute. Alright, I'm back. No, I didn't miss landfall. No, I didn't. We covered it. So there you go. We indeed have landfall. I do want to check something real quick. Yeah, we're good. So from here on out, it is weakening. Now, there may be some strengthening. That is something to note. We could have a little bit of strengthening there in the northern Caribbean and between northern Jamaica and southern Cuba, depending on how fast this storm goes, because we could have an eye that pops back out. But this eye will fully close sometime over land. But it indeed has made landfall. So we've all just witnessed history right there. We go to the NHC real fast. Okay. Yeah. 1 p.m. was official landfall. 1 p.m. Eastern. What a crazy storm, dude. Wild, wild storm. Such a crazy intensification process and random movements. A lot of wobbles. Lot of wobbles. Not a very straightforward forecast, that's for sure. Not a really easy forecast. That's wild. I'm saving that screenshot. I just took a screenshot of the NHC. So it's tied. It is tied for the strongest hurricane to ever make landfall. In terms of lowest millibar, and also tied with the wind speeds 185. And it is tied for third place for the strongest hurricane ever recorded anywhere across the Atlantic. And it's right with literally the Labor Day hurricane 90 years ago. That's exactly what it's like. Think it'll be upgraded post-analysis? I mean, that's what it's going to have to be if they upgrade it. They probably won't, though. If we had recon in it, I do believe this was closer to like 890, 190. And probably the Labor Day hurricane was probably stronger than what they had too, considering that was 90 years ago. We definitely didn't have as good of readings as that. We didn't have as good readings back then as what we do now. It is starting to move more northeast now, yes. It is beginning to move more northeast. That eye is closing pretty quick. I did not waste time weakening. Let's go to visible satellite imagery. Yep, there you go. That's crazy. Let me see if I can go to the official satellite site here and get a very close zoomed up view of landfall. Let's see, satellite. Do I do true color? See if true color would be best. I don't know if true color would be better or if I need to do the other one. Open image and new tab. Yeah, maybe not true color. I'm going to go to the exact minute it made landfall, which was 10 minutes ago now. All right, here it is. This is the exact moment it made landfall. Right there. There you go. That's the exact moment that the NHC declared a hurricane has tied the Labor Day hurricane 90 years ago for the strongest hurricane to ever make landfall anywhere in the Atlantic. Right there. Southwest Jamaica. So I'm going to turn this over here, put this back over here and save it. Save image as, let's see. I need to make sure I spell Melissa right. Believe it or not, I still can't spell Melissa correctly. No, I just get I try to spell it too quickly and then I end up spelling it wrong. October 20, let's see, October 28th, 2025. $9.82. I keep saying 9. $8.92 millibar. There we go. Category 5 Hurricane Melissa as it made landfall is a 185-892, 1 p.m. Eastern, October 28th, 2025. Gonna save that, that's for sure. Oh, that's probably gonna pop up in front of you guys. Yep. Oh, well, it's just, okay. There you go. That's what's saved on my desktop now. Shoot, it might be time for a new computer background. Might be time for a new computer background with this one. Do you think Patricia's wind speed record will be broken someday in the near future? In the future, yeah. Yeah, it'll be broken someday. Every record is made to be broken. It seems like that's the way our planet's heading. But it's still going to take a while. Like, there's not going to be a time where we consistently get 200 plus mile per hour storms every single year. There's still going to be those hurricane seasons that have lulls and are inactive. Boom, boom. Save image as. I'm going to name it the exact same thing, but put IR on it. You got to save this stuff, man, because you ain't going to see it again, and we won't have access to this very high definition satellite. The archive is very difficult to access. So you want to save it all whilst you can. Ooh, I like the sandwich on this. That sounds weird. That sounds very weird. I mean, they're literally only like, they're not even, they're gigabytes, so they don't even take up a megabyte of storage.
Yeah, I'm going through and saving every last frame, y'all. That's what I'm doing. Here, there's another one of it. See? Told you. I like the sandwich. Is there any more that I might want to look at in the future here? Let's see. I'm going to save one more, I guess. There's still going to be some image archives, of course, available, but I'm going to go ahead and post all of these on Twitter too. I think my computer's starting to spaz out because I have too many things open. Sorry, it's a moment in history. I'm going to be pulling out a bunch of things over here. IR. Oop, gotta get rid of that. Boom. Alrighty. Just wanted to save all that. I'm gonna go put them all up here. Let's see. So that's visible. I'm gonna do visible first. Sandwich second. And then those two. There we go. Oh yeah. Perfect tweet. Alright, let me go ahead and close all these now. Let's go to the current frame and let's go back to infrared satellite. There you go. So the eye is still open. It is definitely smaller and closing. It's going to take a couple hours for it to fully close, though. It will take a couple hours for that to completely close and no longer be visible on satellite. Oh man, the first one I saved was at 1709. You know what? I got to go back and save that. Y'all bear with me just a bit. 1709. That's going to very much annoy me. I'm going to go back and do that. I'm going to go get it again. Mesoscale visible. Boom. I gotta open it in front here. Need to copy the title. Okay. So yeah, that's what Melissa looks like right now. I mean, it's really just the same thing we've been looking at for the last couple hours, just over land now. So still a very catastrophic situation ongoing. Perfect. I'll delete that first one. Just going to double check all these are at the right time. And then we can always use these in the future if I need to. Perfect. Yeah, it's probably still going to be a Cat 5 when it goes off the coastline. considering there's not a bunch of terrain for it to hit. Yeah, and there's not a lot of high terrain. There's of course terrain still. Perfect. I'm saving them in multiple different places just in case eventually this computer's gonna have to go in the garbage. Hopefully that won't be anytime soon. Fingers crossed. Maybe another 10 years. 5-10 years. But I'm saving it elsewhere so that way I'll always be able to access that data. Those screenshots. I'll send them in the server too in general chat for anybody else who I think you can download them, right? Off of Discord. Pretty sure. So I'll send them all in there as well. I'm serious, man. If there's anything I've ever learned about historical moments, is take screenshots of it. You'll regret it later. You will regret it later. You'll regret not taking screenshots of your satellite imagery. So, even on your device, your phone, or whatever you're watching on, go to any satellite you can. Tropical Tidbit, Cyclonic, Radar Omega, WeatherWise, whatever you want to, and screenshot it, because you will regret it. I regretted it with multiple other hurricanes. Like I have like no screenshots of Helene. I only have 2 screenshots of Milton. I have no proof that I even tracked anything before 2021. So even if it's just a sloppy screenshot. You're welcome, Caleb. Like I said, views, they don't matter to me. Of course, the more viewers I have, the more people I'm reaching, so that makes me happy. But even at low view counts, it doesn't discourage me to not stream. Because it's still a historical event, so... And plus, this is exactly what I want to be doing. I love to watch hurricanes, especially when they are, this perfect on satellite. But unfortunately, always got to remember the chaos that's happening wherever it's hitting. And in this case, that's Southwest Jamaica. So yeah, all the 4 screenshots I took, if you are in the Discord server, it's one of the links in the description. You are very much welcome to download all 4 of those screenshots and share them wherever you want. No need to give credit or anything like that. And you can keep them for yourself too. Do whatever you want with them. And they're from NOAA's official site, so there's no strict copyright on them. Still, it would be smart to leave in the credit at the bottom there that it says it's from NOAA and the timestamp. And all the timestamps are 17Z, which that's 1 p.m. Eastern. And they're all on October 28th, obviously. I had to go back and, it was 1 minute off. It was 1 minute off on that first visible satellite imagery I sent on Twitter. So I had to go back and fix that. Ain't no way I was gonna... At least I noticed that early, because come back 2 years later looking for it, and it's 1 frame off. 1 minute off. Reports on Twitter, people are starting to loot and rob businesses. It happens every hurricane. Every single hurricane that makes landfall, there's always looters. There's always looters, so hopefully they get law enforcement out there quickly. I'm gonna go back and screenshot that lowest. I just thought of it because we could still access it. That lowest point for water vapor. I don't know if I screenshotted that, and that is very, very historic. Let's see here. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. All right, we get another advisory here in 30 minutes. That's an intermediate advisory from the National Hurricane Center. Only thing I'd expect to change there is a little decrease in the wind speeds. That's it. Little decrease in the wind speeds by like 10 miles per hour. Give me just a moment. You're welcome, Audrey. Thank you for staying here and watching the stream. Appreciate it. Yeah, so that eye is going to be closing relatively quickly. We are getting new model data, so that model data will be obviously the most accurate we've had, so we'll have to see which one is closest to what we had landfall at. 898, that's very close. Let's see what, that's the HAFSA, that should be the most accurate there. And that does have it staying as a mid-tier or upper-tier Cat 4, 935 millibar, making landfall at about 3 a.m. tonight in southeastern Cuba. That is crazy. Wow. Wild model run right there. And according to the model run, peak was at, that's at 8 a.m. today. It says peak was at 8 a.m. today at 874 millibar. I don't believe that. Other two models, the HAFSB and the HMON, agree that it was right about 895 peak. Either way, it was a sub 900 millibar storm, and right around 890 millibar storm as a whole. I did, Grumpy Grandpa. By the way, after this stream's over, I'm probably not gonna end up doing a live stream tonight. I might. We'll have to see. It's probably gonna be worth doing. We'll just see how I feel, but definitely no stream for a couple hours, right? So we'll end probably about 3:15, or no, 2:15 Eastern, 2:15 Eastern or so. I'll end right about there, and then no stream all the way till at least like 8. So I might come back on here for like the 11 p.m. advisory to see what they're talking about for Cuba. Can't leave Cuba out. I have a feeling a lot of people are going to leave Cuba out of this. Cuba is still going to get a high-end Category 4 hurricane. Jonathan, the whole entire back side of this hurricane, the whole southern and west and southeastern side hasn't even hit the island yet. They're halfway. They just got through the eye. Obviously, the northeast side is the most intense side, though. But believe me, yeah, they got it pretty rough and catastrophic. We're only getting a couple of videos and photos because not everybody's wanting to go running outside looking for damage whilst there's 160-mile-an-hour winds happening. Or greater than that. And I mean, we've had plenty of videos already of storm surge. I mean, it's bad. It's catastrophic. There's going to be still hundreds of millions of dollars in damages, if not more. I'm just really hoping that fatality count is 0. I know that would be a miracle. Well, Unfortunately, it seems like we already did have fatalities from landslides. So unfortunately, this is already, it's already killed people. And unfortunately, there's probably going to be more fatalities with this making landfall. And again, it made landfall in a very bad spot. Three bad things about where it made landfall. First is where it was passing by Black River. Huge amounts of storm surge. Second reason, not a bunch of mountainous terrain, at least over the first part of Jamaica. So weakening is going to be limited for at least the next hour or so. And third thing is, I'm trying to think of the third thing. What was it? It was storm surge, lack of rapid weakening, and I can't think of the other thing. I suppose just how slow it's moving too. But there's a lot of other bad things. There's a lot of things that are combining this to be a really bad situation. And the whole main eye wall hit Jamaica. That's another problem. I was really hoping it'd be extra. Oh, that's what it was. Poor structures. Poor structures. Houses are not made very well out here in western Jamaica. Not a very good infrastructure out here. It's better towards Kingston. But out here, it's very poorly made, at least from what I've seen. Yeah, let me go look at my mentions here. I got to scroll all the way down here, way down here like an hour ago, because I didn't see most of this. I saw that one. Let's see this one. Yep, that's the video on Black River. Pez tagged me in this. Medical facilities in Black River have been destroyed. Jamaica senator talking to NBC. Another one right here. That's a lot of power poles down right there. Yeah, that's to be expected in a hurricane. Very already quite the damage being seen, and it will be getting worse. The longer time goes on, the more damage reports we'll get, and obviously the more damage that's being done. By the way, that photo with a bunch of power poles down, that's really far east of where the main eye wall hit. Like, that's out towards, let's see. That's like out here somewhere. Yeah, that's down here. Right there. So that's where we also have damage reports from. The worst damage is going to be from where that eye wall went through, because that's where the winds are sustained. Again, this is a pretty compact storm, so like the swath of it, it's not like going to be a giant swath of damage. It's still going to be huge because the hurricane's giant. I mean, it's still going to be 15, 20 miles of catastrophic damage going through western Jamaica for about 30 miles. So you're looking at a very large swath of destruction still, but it's not going to be the entire radius of the hurricane. It's not going to be the whole island. The worst will be limited to like right in here. That's where the worst will be. Especially along the coastal areas, because that's that's where we had the highest chance of seeing those insanely high wind gusts. But yeah, the last time we had a hurricane of this magnitude hit land in the Atlantic was 90 years ago. Wonder what day that was. I mean, I know it was Labor Day, obviously, but I want to see exactly what day that was. September 2nd. September 2nd, 1935. So that one was in early September. Yeah, but Jonathan, that video was like halfway through the eye wall. They're not even through the eye wall yet. That's what you're not comprehending here, is the fact that they still have more to go. That video was taken from the northeast eye wall. Now they're in the southeast eye wall. So they had to go through the northeast eye wall, the eastern eye wall, the southeastern eye wall. And before all that, they were still seeing the storm surge and very heavy rainfall and winds before all that. So we won't get the full extent of it until probably tomorrow morning or very late tonight. Mainly tomorrow morning is when we'll really start to know the full extent of the damage. Let's see here. Also, this is probably like one of the latest hurricanes, right? I just saw that tweet on Twitter. It's probably one of the latest Category 5 hurricanes. I'm not for sure about ever recorded, but definitely, it's got to be very close to ever recorded, right? It's October 28th. It's October 28th, dude. Like, very late October Cat 5, that's hard to get. Normally, Category 5s are somewhere between, I mean, even the end of August. Generally, somewhere between, like, the middle, end of August, all the way through early October. That's, like, your main time frame for high-end major hurricanes. Mid-August, all the way through about mid-October. Maybe early October. And we are literally 3 days from November over here. I don't know about death tolls. I'm not going to take any guess about death tolls because I find that probably disrespectful. So I'm not going to throw any numbers out there. I'm not going to mention much about that until we start getting official numbers. Wilma was October 19th, 2005. So that was going towards late October, but it still wasn't as late as what we're at here. Well, that's what, hold on. When did Wilma make landfall? It peaked on October 19th. Landfall had to be a bit later. October 24th, Florida, you're right. That is very late. Florida was hit on October 24th. That's very, very late. But here's the catch. I'm talking strictly Category 5 hurricanes. A Category 5 hurricane peak making landfall. I don't think Wilma made landfall as a Category 5 anywhere. I'm pretty sure before it hit the Yucatan Peninsula, it weakened to like Cat 3. Somewhere right around there. I don't think it was Cat 5, probably Cat 4 when it hit the Yucatan Peninsula, and then Cat 3 in Florida. I know it was Cat 3 in Florida. So this has got to be pretty close to the latest Category 5 hurricane making landfall. See if we do have radar back. Please, radar. No radar. I'd be shocked if radar was still working. Even though radar, Jamaica's radar is on the eastern side of the island. It's in the eastern side over here, so. Even with it being in the eastern side, it still went down. Alright, I'm going to do a loop here on Tropical Tidbits so we can see where Melissa is going. See if it's really picked up on that northeastern trajectory again. Because right now, it's like right on track with the NHC again. But that's because they updated it at 1 p.m. So, I mean, it's right on track. It's slowly beginning to move northeast. You can really see here. Let me show you. Like the last frame right there, you could see how it starts to tug more northeast. So it is getting moved more northeast. Look how quickly all the cloud tops begin to weaken, by the way. Everything just, the whole storm starts to just collapse and get choked off. Because it doesn't have its main fuel anymore, which is the ocean. So, I think the NHC will probably go 175 at the next update here in 18 minutes. And then they will probably, their next advisory will probably be 5 p.m. I don't think they will have hourly advisories anymore. But yeah, that eye is going to close. So we'll still be live for this advisory, the 2 p.m. advisory. But I do want to just say again, I will be live tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern. Another live stream for covering the southeastern Bahamas at least a little bit. We won't cover it as intensely, but we will be live tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern for coverage there. And then there is a chance we still go live tonight for coverage for Cuba. Sometime tonight. It probably won't be landfall coverage because that should be very late, like 4 a.m. late. So probably not going to be covering landfall for Cuba, unfortunately. Because, I mean, I won't be able to function. I won't be able to function. Going to sleep at almost midnight, getting up at 7 a.m., and then staying up until like 4 a.m. Yeah, I would not be able to function. I'm lucky I was even able to get up at 7 a.m. That is the earliest I've gotten up in a very long time. I'm not one who gets up early. Unless I have to. The last time I probably got up that early was probably... I don't even get up that early for the hospital. So, probably like... It might have literally been when I went golfing. Like 3 years ago. Either that or it might have been a hurricane coverage or something that I'm forgetting about for hurricane coverage. I don't have a reason to get up at 7 a.m. any day. So I just don't. Yep, you can see that very dry patch on the southeast side of the eye is completely decaying now. See that from water vapor too, so eye is rapidly closing. It's not even halfway through either. It's not even halfway through Jamaica, so it should be fully closed by the time it leaves Jamaica. The big question is, do we see it again? That's the question. Do we see the eye again? If I take a look and use infrared satellite on our model runs, the H-Morph says partially, the eye partially is visible 2 a.m. tonight. HMON says no satellite, so I can't tell you. HAFSA says barely able to see the eye tonight, actually, at like 8 p.m. 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. we are barely able to see the eye. And then the HAFSB says, yeah, barely. So it looks like barely is really the say-so here. And then after it makes landfall in Cuba, the eye never recovers. Also, timing on landfall, the HAFSB has about 3 a.m. The HAFSA has about 4 a.m. The HWRF has about 3 a.m. And the HMOND has about 3 a.m. So, about 3 to 4 a.m. Very, very late tonight, tomorrow morning, looks to be landfall in Cuba. Which I think that's generally in alignment with the NHC's cone here. Because if you go in between, that's 8 a.m. tomorrow. This is 8 p.m. tonight. So 8 p.m., 8 a.m. And you go in the middle, that's 2 a.m. So that's 2 a.m. right in here. And if we take off the satellite here, they do have it being a little bit quicker. 2 a.m. right there. So they're saying like a 1:30 a.m. landfall. That's probably going to be pushed back because that I don't think that accounted for the northern trajectory we saw for about 2 hours, which kind of halted the forward movement there of our hurricane. So instead of it going like this and continuing, it went like this and now is continuing. So a little bit of a delay, probably about a 2-hour delay right there. Because of that more northern movement. At least that's my thinking there. You see here. Hold on, y'all. There we go. I was trying to figure out something real quick. We do want to monitor that tornado threat on the border of Louisiana and what's that state called? Texas. I just got a notification about that. But yeah, we're gonna wait for that 2 a.m. advisory, and then I'm gonna go get some food because I haven't had anything today, and I'm feeling very, very dizzy. I haven't eaten anything since supper last night, so definitely want to go eat right after I'm done streaming. So that's the main reason why I'm not going to go longer. I would cover longer, but I don't want to risk my health. Just in case it wasn't obvious, sitting in a chair for 7 hours straight, not really healthy. I do want to see, did Josh tweet yet? I'm a little bit worried about him. Yeah, he hasn't tweeted in over 2 hours, so hopefully Josh is fine. That's the guy who was literally in the eastern eye wall forever and got directly hit by the eye itself too. The one who said like a 962 millibar is what he recorded. I don't disagree, Proxy, but it all comes down to the overconvection, like you said. All comes down to overconvection. The prime environment is definitely like 5 p.m. 5 to like 8 p.m. Overconvection is going to be the limiting factor. How do those look right now? Oh yeah, they're just starting. Alright. I don't think I'll cover that. I will, if something really pops off, I might end up doing a post or two there on Twitter. So follow me on Twitter. Same username here on YouTube as it is on Twitter. So if there is something, like, I'll do brief little quick tweets on there. And outside of that, like I said, I will be live tomorrow. I'm planning 3 p.m. Eastern. And then also still wouldn't roll out a stream tonight. Still would not roll out a stream tonight. Just not very late. Not that late. But not ending just yet. Just trying to, give you guys a heads up so that way, if you can catch stream, when I'm live. 3 p.m. is the planned stream tomorrow. But my goodness, this has been one crazy journey tracking this with you guys. One insane, crazy journey. I just really hope that everybody in Jamaica took it seriously. Because the hurricane did turn north. We had a couple people in our chat yesterday saying it's not going to turn north, but I told you, physics wins. Physics wins, man. There was literally a wall that thing hit, and it stalled it out for 4 hours and then pushed it to the north-northeast. Sometimes that can be delayed, or it could be a little bit sooner than expected, but if there's a high pressure, things got to turn eventually. Thankfully, we had a very strong high pressure, too. So it definitely wasn't the best case scenario, for sure. The intensification phase was very, very quick on this. I'm really surprised how strong it got and made landfall as intense as it did. But it did shift to the west, so it missed the large majority population of eastern Jamaica, which has like 1.5 million people or more across eastern Jamaica. The western side is some of the least populated area of Jamaica, but the problem is the people who do live there, their buildings aren't that strong, like, at all. Tagged me in more stuff. Proxy, the last time I got a tag from you was 2 hours ago. 11:23 a.m. Eastern. Here, I'm going to go to your replies. That's what I'm going to do. Because I don't know if it's, like, counting you as spam or something. So I'm going to go to your replies, and then I can see it from there. Hold on. I'll look at that in a second. We just got the NHC update. Let's see if anything changed with that. 165. 899. So they dropped that thing really far down. 20 mile per hour drop right there in an hour. And I'm guessing the hourly updates have halted. So north-northeast, 8 miles per hour, 165. I'm going to update that bottom scroll, even though we won't be live for too much longer. I don't want to give you guys false information as long as I'm aware of the update. 165, north-northeast, 8 miles per hour, millibar 899. Landfall has occurred. Apparently, I don't know how to spell occurred. Oh, 2 R's. Double R. All right, let me go look at those things you tagged me in. I got to go to your profile 2 hours ago. Proxy. Replies. Gracious day. That's a lot of water right there. I wonder if that's supposed to be a road. Gracious. Yeah, that is not good at all. Big time flooding right there. Wow. Yes, it will stay mainly on the west side. Much of eastern Jamaica has been spared, really. I don't know about rainfall totals or landfall, landslides or rainfall totals. I don't know about that, but much of the eastern side has been spared. If you're in Kingston or east of Kingston, I mean, you're getting very minimal impacts. The worst impacts will be right where that eye wall is going, right in here. That's where the worst of it is. So even far western Jamaica, extreme far western Jamaica, probably didn't get anything too rough, and especially very far eastern Jamaica. The biggest problem is, I know, like 2 days ago we were forecasting a landfall near Kingston, so we were saying how the west side of the island may be safe, but then our landfall started shifting from like Kingston to over here to over here to over here, and then we had that north turn earlier today, and then it shifted over to here. So that's the problem, is that I wonder if maybe some people tried to evacuate to the western portion of the island and then landfall ended up occurring there. Yeah, it's sub 900 millibar over land. But I mean, it did just make landfall like an hour ago, so. Let's go to the current satellite imagery. That's still current. So the next full advisory will be at 5 p.m. Eastern. There's still a chance we have an hourly update. I don't think the NHC is going to be doing hourly updates because I don't feel like it's needed anymore. So the next update will probably be at 5 p.m. and that will be a full package advisory from the National Hurricane Center. And then we'll have an intermediate one at 8 p.m. and then another full package at 11. If I am live tonight, it's going to be for that full package at 11 p.m. So if I do decide to go live tonight, it would be probably right around 10 o'clock. So I could be live for that 11 p.m. advisory and give you the latest on Cuba. Outside of that, there is, like I said, a likelihood of a few tornadoes, maybe one or two strong, possibly a long-tracked one on the border of Louisiana and Texas, but I'm not going to cover that because I need to go get some food and I need to do some other stuff in my day. I don't want to just stay here and cover literally all day. Wish I could, but can't. Yes, it is weakened by what is that, like 17 millibars? It's weakened by like, or no, 7 millibars. Weakened by 7 millibars and 20 miles per hour. And it also slowed down by 1 mile per hour, apparently. So, yeah. It, of course, weakened because it went over land. And there is some wind shear that is going to be hurting the system a bit up here. So that's why I don't think a lot of strengthening will be possible. Like, it's going to come off of Jamaica at probably about 150, 155. I'd say 150. Honestly, 145. 145, 150. It will come off of Jamaica as that wind speed sustained. And it might be able to gain 5 miles per hour from 145 back up to 150, or from 150 back up to 155. But then it's probably just going to be weakening there still. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see. That's why I'm interested in the 11 p.m. advisory and the 5 p.m. advisory. I'll definitely look at the 5 p.m. advisory to see what they're forecasting for landfall there in Cuba. It is going to weaken by 40 miles per hour over land. Made landfall at 185. It's probably going to weaken down to 145. And then it will either maintain around that. Depends how the wind shear is. Could maintain somewhere between 135 to 155 for Cuba. So there's definitely uncertainty on how strong it will be for Cuba. That's why I might go live again tonight, because I at least want to probably talk about that. Like the HAFSA doesn't have it strengthening, but it still has it at a 935 millibar. The H-Wharf has it at 927 millibar, and it does strengthen. It goes from 928 to 927 millibars there in the last hour before landfall. The HAFSA, like I said, does have it weakening. HAFSB is very weak. 953 millibar. That might be considered an outlier. Yeah, HAFSB is considered an outlier. Because the H-Wharf has a 927 millibar landfall. The H-Mond has a 953 landfall. So, we'll see. It looks like the millibar is either going to be around 930 or 950. Big difference. 930, mid-tier, category 4. 950, probably upper end cat 3. So there's a big range. There's a very big range of the strength of this thing after it gets offshore of Jamaica. I think it'll be 150 when it hits Cuba. I'll go with 130, honestly. Maybe like 140. 130 to 140 is probably the safe bet. Grumpy Grandpa said 130. That's probably the safe bet. Anything higher than 140 could be pushing it, and anything lower than 130, you know, you're really starting to bank on that wind shear tearing it apart before landfall. So, again, the next expected live stream is 3 p.m. tomorrow. Might be a little after 3 p.m., but right around 3 p.m. tomorrow. And then also the potential for a live stream tonight just depends on how I feel. I'm not sure about that. I mean, Grumpy Grandpa, it depends how far back we're going here, because my initial thinking was a high-end Cat 4. But I don't know. I was pretty all over the place with the intensity. There was a lot of uncertainty on the intensity. I don't know if anybody really expected this thing to get to 185. Right? Like 185 mile per hour sustained. Yikes. I feel like nobody really expected that to happen. I did see somebody say 175, but 185, that's really another realm of things. You know, that's stronger than Milton. I would have been thinking, if you, like 2 days ago, like I said, if you told me 2 days ago this was going to get to 185 sub 900 millibar, I think you're insane. The only way how I was thinking that would happen is if it went well southwest of Jamaica and hit this area, where there's like zero wind shear and warm waters. Just as favorable, if not maybe even a bit more favorable than the waters that it was in 2 hours ago. Went to bed with Melissa at 175, woke up to her at 185. Wow. Yeah, I didn't really know what to expect, honestly. I wasn't sure if I was going to wake up to 160 or if I was going to wake up to 175 or if I was going to wake up to 185. That was just a gamble. But it strengthened a little bit overnight, but the main strengthening was and really up until landfall. Let's see here. Yeah. I'm just looking for anything revolving around the damage right now. Just seeing if there's anything else to mention before we start heading off. Yeah, that run was still crazy. Severe weather alert. 225 sustained. It didn't get that high, but the wind gust did. The wind gust did get that high, but it didn't get to that sustained. Man, historic. I'm telling you, if you haven't already, go screenshot it. There's still enough frames left so you could screenshot the landfall. And Discord server, again, there's 4 screenshots in there. In general chat, you are very much welcome to download them and share them wherever you want. No need to credit me whatsoever. If anything, credit Noah, because they're the ones who took the screenshots, or rather took the satellite imagery. So, yeah, but that's going to be it for me. Like I said, I may be back here tonight near 10 p.m. Eastern. We'll see how I feel. And outside of that, I will be live tomorrow, probably just after 3 p.m. Eastern time, or right around that time frame. I really appreciate all you guys tuning in. A lot of you guys stayed here all the way through much of the stream, so I really, really appreciate that. And the tornado threat, I'm not going to be live for the tornado threat because I know we could see a strong tornado or two, so I wouldn't be surprised if we get a PDS warning, depending if we get a discrete storm or not. So it wouldn't surprise me. But planned live stream 3 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. Possible live stream tonight 10 p.m. Eastern. We'll see. I'm going to go get some food, though, because I haven't eaten anything in almost a day. It's almost been a day fast over here on my part because my breakfast is still sitting right over here. I started stream so quickly I forgot to eat, so water fast it was, I guess. But yeah, that's gonna be it. I really appreciate all of you guys for tuning in. Just in case you want to see those landfalling screenshots here, I'll show them one more time. Boom, 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 boom. There's visible. We'll put them all in full screen here. This was all at 1 p.m., which is where landfall was declared. So there's infrared satellite. Look at that. Super intense. Another infrared satellite. And sandwich, which the sandwich looks really, really cool. The white in the middle of the eye looks awesome. Really, really cool sandwich imagery right there. And then finally visible. And that's right where it made landfall. Crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. But alrighty, like I said, I appreciate you guys being here. I know we didn't have a bunch of viewers, but it's all about just trying to make people weather aware, or at least just covering it with you guys and having a good time, or trying to save lives. That's really, it's about trying to reach as many people as possible with the word about severe weather, and if we can, save lives about it. And all you guys in the chat help with that. I'm sure we hit 100 likes, so I appreciate that. And I still appreciate over 4,000 people today. And with everybody live, that's pretty dang good. I'm very, very happy with that. That's a lot of people that we reached with the word about this hurricane. And I know at least 2 of them were from Jamaica. So I really appreciate it. I really appreciate all the mods from on chat. I'm going to give a special shout out there to Pete, because I know Pete was doing a lot of modding there. So I appreciate Pete for modding the chat, and all the other mods too. Caleb in here, Legacy in here. I know you two are in school, so, you know, big exception right there. School is very important. So, yeah, that is going to be it. I really appreciate it. Also, Clove with the $10 sticker there, and Lucas with the $20 donation. Greatly appreciated. So I'm going to head off. Again, thank you guys so much for the support in this live stream. I will see you guys at least tomorrow at about 3 to 4 p.m. Eastern time. That's the next planned live stream. Possible live stream tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern. Just depends how it is. I still got another minute left to ramble. I ran out of stuff to ramble about. I ran out of things to ramble about. I'm going to do a 250 frame loop here. So I'm going to load that up. But yeah, very historic. So if you didn't know the records, it's broke its own record for the driest eye like 5-6 different times, and I think that record stands at about like 2.1 degrees or something, like right around 2.25 degrees. I think it was somewhere right around 2.25 degrees, negative 2.25 degrees Celsius. It is tied with the Labor Day hurricane in 1935 for the strongest hurricane in the Atlantic Ocean to hit land and make landfall. I believe it is the latest Category 5 hurricane ever to make landfall in the Atlantic, and it is the third, tied for the third strongest hurricane ever recorded anywhere in the Atlantic Ocean, surpassing others like Milton, stronger than Milton. So that's it. Thank you, mods, once again for my chat. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Stay safe, watch every weather, and I'll see you guys either later tonight or tomorrow. Goodbye. Stay safe, watch the weather in the tropics, and I'll see you guys either late tonight or tomorrow. Thank you, mods, for my chat. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Goodbye.